All right, hopefully you folks can hear me out there. Welcome to the ASCSU Senate. I'm going to let in the senators and associate senators here in a moment. If you have any questions for us at any point during the session, feel free to drop a message in the chat on the side there. You can also email me directly at ASCSU_Senate_speaker@mail.colostate.edu. That's one way you can contact me. If you scroll down in the live chat here, you will see there's a list, the Zoom link. You can see the Zoom link there. So if you want to join the Zoom call directly, we have a part called Gallery Input where you can speak on that. So feel free to do that at any point. And we'll go ahead and get started in just a moment. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hello.
Sorry, I have to join my student government.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's not your student government.
All right, there we go. Are you all able to rename yourselves? Is that function available? Yeah, awesome. All right, so you'll see it. Yeah, we'll wait just a moment. We've got a couple more in the queue. For those of you watching on the YouTube live stream, just a heads up, you see two folks here on the YouTube live stream. There are currently 17 in the call. So anyone without their camera will not show up on the live stream, just to clarify. We'll hang tight for a bit here. You all are a couple minutes early. Well done. Hopefully the week is going well. Only a few more days until break. Are y'all hanging in there, hopefully? Maybe give me a clapping reaction if you are surviving. Yes, there we go. We've got a couple. That's what we like to hear. Any questions for me before we jump in? We've got a few moments here. A couple people are still joining in. Yes, yes, well said, Senator Robinson. Oh. Yeah, just a heads up, we do have a pretty stacked night. 4 pieces of legislation and about, I believe, 18 or 20 ratifications tonight. So the hope is that we'll move through as quickly as possible. For those of you that are relatively new, I'm sure you're aware of the 2-hour policy that we have with office hours and outreach hours. If we go beyond that 2 hours, we'll automatically adjust. Because I realize that we recognize the impact that a 4.5 hour or 5 hour session can have on mental health, on schedules, on all of those things. So if for some reason it goes beyond 2 hours, we'll accommodate. I don't suspect it'll go much longer than that, but just wanted to put that on the radar. Tonight, we're honored to have Mark Barker, Lori Lynn. It doesn't look like they're joining quite yet, but they should be soon, as well as Dr. Hughes. I believe Dr. Blanche Hughes is going to be joining us just to see what we're all about, and also to get the update from Lori and Mark, who are the co-chairs for the pandemic preparedness team. So if you have not met them yet, you'll do so tonight. They'll share just kind of updates on testing, on plans for fall break, for spring, for winter break, all of those things. So yeah, we'll get started in just a moment. Welcome, everyone. And it looks like we also have the Vice President and Executive Vice President and Provost, Mary Peterson, is in the room. So if y'all could give a shout out, maybe a reaction to welcome Mary, that would be great.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Dr. Peterson, on your selection.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kristen.
And if you'd like, I'm happy to give you a moment to share if you want to share a few words with us at any point during the meeting, or are we hoping to just kind of take in tonight? Were you just planning to be a fly on the wall, or if you'd like to share, you're welcome to also.
Thank you. There's not a lot that I have to share. I really came because I just really want to hear from you what's on your mind, how you're doing. So I just really appreciate the opportunity to listen.
Well, thank you for being here. We're honored to have you. All right, we'll jump in just a moment here. Reyes, I'm going to make you a co-host so that you can admit people. Anyone trickling in a little bit late here. And for those of you that have seen, if you go to the ASCSU Senate page, we have all of the information is updated, the Senate list, the live stream that is on YouTube right now, the ASCSU Senate page. So if you have any friends who don't want to join this call but want to still contribute in some way, please send them that link. We'd be happy to loop them in that way so they can watch, but not necessarily speak. Unless they want to, they can also go down in that live stream. There's a link to the Zoom chat, to the Zoom call specifically, so they can also join that way if they do want to join for gallery input. So with that, we'll go ahead and jump in. I'm going to call this session to order. Welcome everyone to session 8 of the Associated Students of Colorado State University Senate, the 50th Senate. I'm calling this meeting to order. And for those of you that are out there, if you could turn on your cameras, your microphones for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll start in just a moment here. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Pledge
of the
allegiance
United States of America
United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all.
for all.
Awesome. Thank you, folks. And with that, I want to turn it over to Tristan Reyes. Tristan, do you have the land acknowledgement video ready? Let's see. Tristan, are you with us? All right, potentially not Senator Osterhout. You're also in the house with us.
Yeah,
Would you like to read it this week?
sure. Give me not a hot second. Maybe like a
Yeah.
second to pull it up.
Yeah, sounds good. And I'll preface it by saying this. We realize that even when we're meeting in a virtual space, it's still important for us to recognize that we're a land grant institution, that we're not the original stewards of these lands, and that they were taken from Native nations and peoples. And so part of our way of communicating that, our commitment to the Native American Cultural Center, to all of the Indigenous students on this campus and around Colorado and throughout the nation, our way of demonstrating that support is by reading the land acknowledgement, something that was curated by the Native American Cultural Center, that just clarifies what the expectation is for an institution like us, to be recognizing them in that way. So Senator Osterhout has been doing incredible work. Mia Ritter as well. You might know both of them, representing the Native American Cultural Center. And whenever you're ready, Senator Osterhout, we are ready for you.
Okay. Colorado State University acknowledges with respect that the land we are on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and peoples. This was also a state of trade, gathering, and healing for numerous other Native tribes. We recognize the Indigenous peoples as original stewards of this land and all their relatives within it. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to their traditional homelands are renewed and reaffirmed. CSU is founded as a land grant institution, and we accept that our mission must encompass access to education and inclusion, and significantly that our founding came at a dire cost to Native nations and peoples whose land this university was built upon. This acknowledgement is the education and inclusion we must practice in recognizing our institutional history, responsibility, and commitment.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. And with that, Aaliyah, Dale, Tristan Reyes, I'll give you all a moment to take a screenshot of those in the call just for attendance reasons. So let me know when you all are ready.
I'm good, Christian. Did you get my text by chance?
Okay. I did, yes.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, attendance is good though.
Sounds good. Thank you, Leah. All right, with that, we'll move on to swearing in of new senators and associates. Congratulations to Isaiah Denning, Sam Whitaker, and Evan Welch, who were all elected as senators for the College of Liberal Arts. Isaiah and Evan were associates, but now are senators. So yeah, I give a big shout out for them. I also want to check in, Senator Nottingham, do you know if, I think it's pronounced Ayla and Aaron?
I have not seen Ayla yet, but I do see Aaron, who is our new associate senator for the Multi-Faith and Belief Student Council. So
yes, so Aaron as well. If we could also give Aaron a round of applause, that would be wonderful. And then let me know, Nottingham, if you can message me directly if Ayla does join the call. If you are in the call, feel free to unmute yourselves, turn on your cameras, and Chief Justice Daley will administer the oath of office in a moment.
All right. If you could repeat after me. I state your name.
Aaron Glick,
I,
I,
Sam
Evan
Whitaker,
Welch,
do solemnly swear
do
do solemnly
solemnly
swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and
defend and
uphold
uphold
the rules and regulations
the
the
rules
rules and
and
regulations
regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set
set
forth
forth by
by
the
the Constitution
of ASCSU
of
ASCSU
ASCSU
and will rightfully perform
and will
and
rightfully
rightfully
perform
perform
the duties of my office
the duties
the
of my
duties of
office
my office
to the best of my ability.
to the
to
best
the
of my
best of my
ability.
ability.
Congratulations, everyone. If we could do one more round of applause, that would be wonderful. And Peyton Daly, I'm so sorry to do this to you. Isaiah Denny and Senator Dennings, are you in the house? Let's see. Isaiah, are you able to hear us?
He's joining
yeah,
right now.
Sorry, I have technical difficulties. I got left
Oh,
out
no
of
worries.
today.
Yeah, no worries at all. Would you be able to administer the oath of office one more time, Chief Justice Daly? Let me see if Ayla is in the call. It doesn't look like Ayla is. So, yeah, Senator Dennings, if you're ready to be sworn in.
I am sorry, I have no camera right now.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
No worries. If you could just repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Isaiah Dennings,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of ASCSU
of ASCSU
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
There we go. Congrats, Senator Dennings.
Thanks, guys.
And welcome to your Senate seat now, your new senator seat. So with that, we'll move on to consent agenda. Is there any dissent to approving the minutes from November 11th? The consent agenda just means we approve of what happened in the last Senate session. Is there any dissent to approving the consent agenda in the minutes? All right, seeing none, that is approved. Moving on to guest speakers, the pandemic preparedness team co-chairs, Mark Barker, Lori Lynn, are you both in the house with us by chance? Let's see. Or President Taylor, do you know if hopefully they got the link okay?
Yeah, I sent them the link last Friday, so let me just send them
Right.
a quick email and make sure that they're not having any difficulties.
Sounds good. Well, we can keep moving in the agenda if that'd be helpful, President Taylor.
Yes,
Yep,
absolutely.
and then, okay, and then we'll come back to guest speakers once we get word there.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Moving on to, actually, I'm going to share my screen real quick just to clarify. We did have a couple changes in the agenda, so just for transparency's sake. Hopefully that's showing up for you all. Yep. All right. Awesome. So obviously we added Aaron Glick, the Associate Senator for Multi-Faith and Belief Council, and then Ayla, who wasn't able to be sworn in today, but that will happen next week. Bailey Dinsdale is probably not going to present today just since we have a lot of business. We added 6 individuals for SFRB ratification. That came to us a couple days ago. So just a heads up on that. We'll do that tonight. Mary Ontiveros, for those of you who may know Mary, Dr. Ontiveros, she's been working at CSU for 45 years. She's currently the Vice President of Diversity for the university, and she's retiring on December 31st. So wanted to honor her. I wrote a resolution. I got collaboration from a lot of you and endorsements as well. So want to introduce that on the floor tonight. I'm intending to introduce that. So hopefully that is something y'all are on board with. And then I think that's it. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing there and we'll keep moving. Is there any gallery input tonight? Anyone from the gallery, any CSU students, any provost, anyone wishing to speak or share tonight? Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Dr. Peterson. just opening the door. If anyone does want to share, feel free to raise your hand. Or
if there's a few moments, I would love to just really find out. My major focus has really been finding out how all of you are doing. We've been, working very hard with the pandemic team, Mark and Lori, who will be joining us hopefully shortly. We've been working with the president's leadership team, public health team, and we have a large group of CSU researchers, over 12 faculty. And every day we have 2 to 3 meetings a day, including meeting on the weekends. And so our goal is to, we've been working very, very hard for the safe and healthy health of the whole campus, but so that you students could have some in-person experience. And I have to tell you, we have heard so many amazing, amazing things about how wonderful all of you have been taking this very seriously. And I just want to thank you for that, because it's really appreciated. It's a hard thing to do. It's really hard. You're in college and to be living through a pandemic, which none of us have ever lived through before. And so to really realize how important and significant it is, take it seriously. So first, I would just like to thank you, really thank you for following the guidelines, taking it seriously, helping us to keep the campus safe and healthy for everyone. We are working very hard right now on plans for spring semester. We have scaled up testing significantly. This week, we set a record for our saliva testing, and we've tested Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, averaging of about 1,500 individuals a day. And our goal is for spring semester to be able to get up to 3,000 individuals. And that includes students, staff, and faculty per day. And with that kind of scale, we can put the entire campus on a regular schedule. So the goal is to be able to have spring semester and keep everyone safe and healthy with even more assurance that everyone is doing well. So that's going to be a big challenge. I will let you know that we have talked with the local public health, Larimer County. I just want to let you know, Mark will be here shortly. He just sent me a text. So he's dealing with a little bit of an emergency situation. So he'll be here shortly. Sorry, I lost my track of thought there. We will find out. So the local public health, we follow all their guidelines, and they are working very closely with the state. And then we work with our local county public health. Lori and Mark have conference calls with them, I believe, every single day. And so Lori can share a little bit more about that. Are you with us here, Lori? She may not be here yet either. And we have asked them about spring semester in terms of time frame. And so we will be looking at the rates of the pandemic and in December, towards the end of December. And that's when the local county public health will probably make a call about spring semester. And so we're hoping that we are planning right now. We have between 67 and 68% of classes in person or hybrid. So we have, again, a very, very high amount of classes. So we hope that there'll be significant engagement. We're working to continue the research and other activities on campus. So that's just kind of a really high level summary. We also are trying to expand tutoring, online tutoring for students, online academic support. That's something that I've been learning a lot about and sitting in a lot of meetings. And that's where I really want to hear from the students. And Christian, one of the things I would love to be able to do would be to attend one of your meetings, once a month or pretty frequently, because I would love to hear how you're doing. I would love to know what is it that you think is a top priority that I need to be focusing on. And that's really important to me. And that was one of the reasons I really wanted to be here tonight. I just want to see how things are going. And before spring semester, what do you want us to focus on? What do we need to hear from you that's really important? So
thank you, Dr. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Peterson. That's an honor just to have that suggestion. We would love and be honored to have you on a monthly basis if you were able to. One of the challenges that I gave the senators and associates earlier this year is what would that look like for us to pursue the things that we don't know, right? The lived experience and the challenges that oftentimes we can't comprehend, right? Because we realize some of the best solutions don't come from student government, right? It comes from students with lived experience. And so that's kind of the challenge and directive I gave the whole Senate at the beginning of the year. And my hope is with that we're hearing stories and direct experience that we can pass along to yourself, to the president's office. If that's something your team would be open in building that communication channel, we'd be happy to do it on our end as well.
That would be wonderful. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I see that Mark Barker is also in the room. Thank you so much again, Dr. Peterson, for sharing. And I might transition there, if that's all right, over to Mark Barker. Are you with us?
I am, Christian, yeah, and I apologize for being late. I had a student emergency come up this evening, and so been working through that, but I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
Yeah, of course. And we're honored to have you. And yeah, hopefully things were able to be resolved there. So you'll have, Mark Barker, you'll have 15 minutes to present, and then up to 15 minutes for questions. You'll have 30 minutes total. So you can spend all of that time presenting and no questions, or you could do 20 and 10, however you want to split that out. So feel free, you have the floor.
Well, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. And frankly, I could probably talk for an hour, and I really don't want to do that. I would much rather hear from your senators and your body and try to answer as many questions as I can. I'll just kind of give you a brief overview. I'm not sure what Provost Pedersen provided you, but we have a job in front of us that we've been working on really since March with a singular focus. In March, I was working in the Division of Student Affairs, as some of you may know. I was the director of the Adult Learner and Veteran Service Center, and frankly, loving life, enjoying working with students in that capacity every single day. And got the call from President McConnell to ask if I would help co-chair the CSU Pandemic Preparedness Team. I have a background in the military myself in logistics and crisis management and those types of things. So I said, sure, I'll answer the call, not anticipating being here 9 months later, but here we are. And I say all that to say there was one thing that President McConnell said to me that day when she called me when I was in my office. And it was, we need to ensure the health and safety as best we can of every member of our community. And so that's been the focus for the last 9 months. How do we do what it is we do and meet our mission to really educate some of the brightest minds that are going to lead our future at our institution, right? How do we do that in the face of a global pandemic and do it safely? So that's really been the work. Everything that we've undertook in the last 9 months, to include transitioning to remote learning last spring, to where we were over the summer in preparing to come back face to face, has really been through that lens. How do we get it done so that we can offer the education that folks are accustomed to getting at CSU? A lot of work's gone into that. I know that you've seen across campus the sanitation stations outside classrooms and in buildings. That was all work that our team took on with the help of folks on campus to ensure we had that. We've worked very closely with folks from the Division of Student Affairs, Dr. Donovan, in developing a social norming campaign. Everything that we've done has been really collaborative across the landscape. I know that sometimes it doesn't always feel like that, but it has been. There's been a lot of people involved in the effort. We've made mistakes, frankly, and I think it's important to acknowledge that. Not everything we've done has worked as we anticipated it to work, and we've learned. So, frankly, I say this and folks kind of look at me like I'm crazy, but I'm really excited about the transition into the spring term. We've got a body of work. We have experience that we didn't have going into fall to really pivot and make some changes on some very critical things about how we approach what it is we do, and that is to educate all of you. So Provost Pedersen's office is leading scenario planning for a broad university group with experts from across the university. I know that just today I spent the morning at 7:45 in the morning with a group of aerosol faculty that are incredibly smart people. It had been a long time since I've sat in a class at 7:45, but I was in a class this morning learning about how the virus is aerosoled at 7:45, simply so we could take those lessons and apply them to what we're going to do in the spring. So I think with that, I will kind of step back and more than willing to answer any question that I can.
That sounds good. Thank you again. And we do have a question from Associate Levitt. You have the floor.
Hello, I'm Jacob. I use he, him, and his
Jacob.
pronouns. I just want to first, and I think it's going to be go for everyone here. Thank you for what you're doing. There's no precedent for that. You've done everything right in my book as far as what you could do, because there's no way you could know what to do. I just want to ask some questions that kind of from a student perspective that works. I work in the LSC. I apologize. What are the repercussions of not wearing your mask in buildings currently?
Yeah. Well, we this summer, as we were transitioning back, we really took a look at policy related to non-compliance with COVID guidance, and masks were a part of that policy. And as you know, there was policy adopted that was a rider, if you will, onto the student code of conduct, so that there could be actions taken from a punitive perspective for students for non-compliance with COVID guidelines. And that's true on the faculty and staff side as well. So there were employment things that were looked at and punitive measures put in place on the employment side as well. Here's where mask compliance and really compliance with our social gathering guidelines and all of that, where it's difficult for us, frankly, is oftentimes we will hear that there's an issue with mask compliance and those types of things, and we don't immediately go to the punitive measures to try to get somebody to comply. Oftentimes it becomes a he said, she said, and so we will work through the Conduct Resolution Center, through the Student Conduct Office, and Mike Katz, their executive director there, has been great to work with, to really start from a point of education. And they will do outreach to students that they have been told are not compliant with COVID policies, do some outreach, some education, talk about why it's important, and then frankly track those things to see if they're trends. And if they're trends, then moving it further along the continuum of compliance efforts to include potentially punitive things. If you've been around CSU for a while, you know that we firmly believe in restorative justice. We firmly believe in discussing with students rather than jumping immediately to the punitive sense. But we also know that times are a little bit different right now. So all of those reports are taken very, very seriously. They're all followed up on. And I can tell you that there have been some actions that have been punitive against both students and employees, but those are really unfortunate. We hope, and I'll end with this, answering your question, we hope that our social norming, and we hope that students, if it's a student, we hope that students like yourselves who have raised your hand voluntarily to say, hey, I want to lead on this campus, are willing to step in and help us, right? We know you're there, and we'd love to work with you to be able to help us in some of those categories.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Yeah.
If there's no other questions, can I ask another one?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go ahead, Associate.
Just maybe less of a question, more of just an observation from working. I've had a unique experience. I'm on campus 6 days a week. All my classes were in person. I work in the bookstore. And for the most part in classes and around campus, I see a lot of mask wearing. Where I see it kind of non-existent is in the dining halls, as far as the LSC. And I understand when people are eating, I totally respect that. But what I'm seeing more and more is that large groups of people, 4, 5, 6 people, are not eating. They're pushing tables together and they're just sitting there without masks. And I've called, I don't really know who to call. I just kind of called to be like, hey, are y'all enforcing that? Can somebody walk by and maybe remind them that if you're not eating to put the mask on? But since I have your ear now, I'd just like to say that. Another thing that I've seen working in the bookstore is I have a lot of experience with management and talking to people. So when I see somebody not wearing their mask or it's not over their nose, I'm pretty apt at being polite and cordial and asking them to cover their face. But I think a lot of younger students and maybe just students that haven't had interactions like that don't necessarily know how to approach that conversation and find it intimidating. And I think a good opportunity to, as you say, the social norm and kind of passing on why it's important to do these things would be to provide training or education for people on how to approach someone that's not wearing their mask in a polite way that doesn't sound like they're attacking them. And that's it.
Those are great points, Jacob. I will talk, and it's not an answer, but I will tell you that I had a conversation this morning with Dr. Ellis, Mike Ellis, the executive director there in the LSC, specifically about the food court and some of his growing concerns that he is starting to witness in the food court. So you're not the only one that is seeing that. And we kind of talked through some strategies. Hoped, and hope is kind of a fleeting thought when we're dealing with a pandemic, but hope that kind of what we were seeing there was around fatigue. Students are fatigued. They've been on campus. They've been in masks. Staff and faculty are fatigued. They've been on campus. They've been in masks. There's a lot of worried so those things kind of get heightened, and we're hoping to kind of reset some of those expectations with Dr. Ellis and start with some messaging in the Laurie Student Center, specifically in the food court. So those things are working. I think your idea around training is phenomenal, right? I mean, it's a difficult thing sometimes to address your peers, particularly when your peers aren't doing something that we all know they probably should be, and it puts you in an awkward spot. And so I do think that, we've got student affairs professionals on our campus that do that every day. And so I think a training session probably is really prudent. That would be pretty good. Yeah, I like that idea.
Well, awesome. Thank you for allowing me to take up some of your space. I appreciate it. I yield my time.
Thank you, Associate Levitt. Next, we have Chair Hazelton. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Marlis. Thank you so much for coming out. I just have a couple questions. The first one is, so we have a lot of different universities have been doing providing personal PPE, so masks, hand sanitizer, wipes. I was just curious on your guys' thought process as to why you didn't provide that for the student body.
Well, that's a super good question. And I do know that there's more of that available than probably that's hit the accessible. I do know that there were masks provided for all of our resident hall students. I know that different within like the diversity clusters, they provided masks, and then all of the hand sanitizer and wipes that are all over the student center and outside all the classrooms, that was provided. But I think that one of the things we're finding is that a lot of the PPE that was procured for the university, where there was some challenges, was how to get that broader messaging out and set up pickup points for students specifically to pick that up. It's one of the things that we've worked with Steve Byrne and Central Receiving on, is a strategy to make that stuff more widely known. I assure you there's probably an email in the 7,000 emails that you receive from us, often some of them 6 or 7 pages long, that may have had one single sentence in there, where to go. We missed the boat on that. We need to do a better job of getting that messaging across around PPE and supplies and those types of things, so that that's a great question.
Yeah, thank you. And my follow-up question is, so the biggest concern I've received from my constituents is how teachers are treating classes. A great example of that is there are certain classes that, like, for example, the chemistry department is currently redoing video. They didn't actually make any new content this semester. They just recycled old content. Obviously, that's really frustrating for students who are looking at it and the curriculum is fundamentally different and they're reusing videos that don't necessarily have to do with the curriculum. Are you monitoring how teachers are handling the online environment? And if so, is there like repercussions if they're not handling it well?
Provost Pedersen?
Yes, I thought you might like me to address this. So I would say that the curricular content is being monitored primarily at the department level. And I meet with the deans twice a week and we talk about how things are going. And I actually did meet with all of the department heads and chairs. And it really is the responsibility of the department heads and chairs to oversee that. And this is where receiving input from students becomes really valuable because it is something we can follow up on. And I actually did have a meeting with the dean of the College of Natural Sciences just today. And so those are types of issues the dean really want to know about. And so I would encourage you to share these types of concerns with department heads and chairs first. That's really the best place to go. That's where the responsibility lies.
I appreciate that information. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Christian, if I may, I know that my colleague, it looks like my colleague, Lori Lynn, my co-chair, has been able to jump on here too. I think it's important that as students, you guys understand this. So Lori Lynn came to the pandemic team like myself from the Division of Student Affairs. Lori is the executive director of the Student Health Network. And I like to think that that was intentional by the administration as they were seating, our teams. Our greatest resource on our campus is our students. And so when the pandemic preparedness team was seated in the very early days in late February or early March, it was decided that it would be co-chaired by 2 members from the Division of Student Affairs.
Hi, thank you for having us. We really appreciate the opportunity to spend a few minutes answering questions and being able to share information related to the PPT and what's happening on campus. My apologies for joining late. I've been having some computer issues today and could not get connected.
Yeah, no worries at all. We're honored to have you, Dr. Landon. And is that all right if we continue with questions?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, of course. Yeah. So on to Senator Hill. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question for you is I'd like to echo the previous speaker, Senate Chair Hazelton is a co-senator we're in the same college. We, part of the College of Vet Med and Biomedical Sciences, we strongly believe health is an utmost priority to students, all over campus. I think another big thing that I don't think was mentioned yet was on the issue of COVID vaccines and what will happen once it gets out. If you guys have a plan to distribute it, like if it comes out like in April, widely available, as a lot of government and health officials are saying will come out around March or April. Do you guys have like a plan of how to distribute it to the students once it does come out?
Thank you for that question. So we do have some experience actually working on mass vaccinations. Previously, there was a meningitis outbreak a number of years ago on campus, and the health network played a critical role in coordinating with the county and being able to do a mass vaccination clinic, pulling in nurses and providers from around the region to be able to help do that. We have some general outlines. There's still a lot of work to do just because the vaccination for meningitis would be conducted a little different than what COVID would because of all the precautions we have to put into place. But also we are just now learning about the different vaccinations that will be vaccine products that will be available. Some of them have very specific storage requirements and require that they're stored in a -80 freezer and have to be implemented on a very rigid schedule. So there's a lot of logistics that are going to go into being able to do that. So that'll be a collaboration with Larimer County and the state on being able to actually deliver those, but we absolutely will be serving our community.
And Kyle, if I could add on, those are honestly very political topics because they start at the national level. There's a lot of different groups right now, Schools of Public Health, Johns Hopkins and others that are developing national plans, and they are looking at equity and fairness. They're looking at health priorities. And so they will always prioritize certain vulnerable groups. And then the question is, how do we distribute it fairly? And as Lori mentioned, distribution will be a challenge because of the requirements, the handling requirements. And so it'll be a national conversation. It'll go down to the state level, and then it'll be the local county areas, and then they will prioritize. And so, today, for the first time, I actually saw news that there may be vaccinations that may even start as early as January, which I think is earlier than what we thought. But I think, as Lori mentioned, to actually progress far enough along to get to our area will be more like the end of spring, maybe this summer. And so, our hope is that ideally it would be wonderful if we could have a plan in place, and so that by fall, we're ready to start, quote, more normal environment. And in my mind, I kind of see that as the probably most likely scenario. I think come spring, it'll be really mostly the really vulnerable populations that will have the highest priority.
Kyle, I will follow up and just very briefly and let you know that I think it's important that you all know that Lori and I are in multiple meetings every week with the health officials from Larimer County around many different topics. And so the planning and strategy for some of this as it relates to Larimer County is now working its way into our meetings with the county public health officials. So rest assured, work is being done on it with the very limited knowledge that we currently have to start looking at strategy and plans.
Yes, thank you all three for that. That was very helpful. And just know that the College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Science will help you in any way, shape, or form we can to make sure this goes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Ostrow.
Hi, y'all. I just want to say I appreciate y'all coming tonight. I know y'all didn't have to do this, but you're here to hear our voices. And so right now I'm presenting a bill. I wrote a bill for Indigenous students here because our spiritual care and our mental health is very important to us, and we have to go back home. But right now there's a little bit of a bump. We allowed out-of-state students to come back to campus. However, the university as a whole, we aren't allowed to do out-of-state travel. So that means out-of-state students, we can't help out our Indigenous out-of-state students, and thus they're being stuck. They're stuck here and they can't care for their spiritual health or their mental health. And I was just wondering your thoughts on that. Like, why did we allow out-of-state students to come back, but we're not allowing them to go home?
So Lizzie, if I can get a clarifying, it's not from the pandemic preparedness team that we're not allowing students to travel. Currently, we're following the CDC guidelines on travel, and there are no interstate travel or, frankly, international travel restrictions right now. So if it's around just travel, know that you're getting bad information. We're not keeping anybody on campus.
That makes sense. I was just curious because lately I've been told I am not allowed, like as a bill. I don't know if y'all will hang out for later, but as a bill, we're not allowed to reimburse out-of-state travel. And that is what I've been told from higher ups.
So it's the reimbursement piece is where we've got a problem. Okay, that makes sense. Well, it doesn't, I don't mean that makes sense in a definitive, like, yes, you can't reimburse, but I get, so from a monetary reason there, you've been told that you can't assist students in your constituency to travel.
Yes. Yeah. So I just wanted your thoughts and feedback.
Well, if it helps in your bill, if you've not been out to the CDC site in the travel guidance, currently there are no restrictions there. So if it helps you to gain some language around travel, domestically or internationally, frankly, you can get some good language there and to support your desire to want to support the students in your constituency to travel.
Thank you for adding that.
Yeah.
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. Chair Boyenko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a couple questions, and the senators know this is kind of my style, just a whole bunch of questions. So firstly, Ms. Pedersen, you mentioned during your presentation the amount of in-person and hybrid courses on CSU's campus. And I was wondering, are you taking into account the courses that started as hybrid and in-person and now have transitioned to online?
Provost Pedersen, I believe you're muted.
Thank you so much.
There we go.
So the numbers that I presented just reflect of all of our typical courses that are offered in the semester, what the mix is. So right now the mix we have in-person and hybrid that equate to 67, 68% for spring quarter. And then the remaining percentage, 33% have now 33, 34 have been totally remote courses planned for remote. Now that's optimal. And we're actually designing a couple different scenarios if we have to reduce the density on campus. And so that's the most that we would plan. And then depending on public health guidelines from the state and Larimer County, we'll make adjustments. So your question was I including the initial ones that were already planned for hybrid or online?
I think I misheard you. So these numbers are for spring 21. That's correct. Okay. So have y'all, I guess piggybacking off of that question, have y'all collected the numbers for fall 20 of which courses started in person or hybrid and then transitioned online?
You know, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. And we did a survey in the last 2 weeks of faculty asking a lot of questions of the faculty of their experiences and how many started and then transitioned. And so we're doing some analysis. And I think once we finish the analysis of that survey work, we may have a better idea.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I'm glad y'all are looking into that. My next question I had would just echo what Chair Hazelton said about holding instructors accountable. And I understand that that's more of the department head responsibility, but so Chair Hazelton is part of the College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences. I am a senator for the College of Health and Human Sciences. My roommate is in the College of Engineering. We have all had professors that just throw up videos from last year and then there's radio silence. So I understand that talking to the department head would be a good route to go about, but it sounds like there's a lot of students in a lot of different colleges experience the same issues. And I think that there needs to be more action taken. So my question is, are y'all as the pandemic preparedness team willing to look into those issues for us students?
So we have a teaching continuity recovery team that's quite expansive, and I think that would fall under their responsibility. And so I just made a note. One of the things I would ask you is, have your courses conducted student evaluations this semester? Have you evaluated, or will you be evaluating your faculty, the course and the faculty before the end of the semester? Do you know?
That's a good question. I personally have not heard from any of my professors about an end of course evaluation, but I can't speak for others.
Okay, I have a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning with the chair of the teaching continuity team, and I will ask her about this and ensure, because that would be the best way. We need to get input from the students directly, and we need to get it for each class. And I hope we're still doing student evaluations. To be honest with you, I don't know, but I will find out and I will follow up, because that would be the most direct way to hear from you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do have some more questions about how your team is supporting vulnerable populations like low-income students, our disabled community, folks with compromised immune systems. For example, I work with some other senators closely with Rams Against Hunger, and to my knowledge, the pandemic preparedness team isn't too involved with their organization. Is that something y'all have on your list to reach out to those sorts of populations and get them equipped with PPE?
So I will address it and then I'll ask Mark and Lori if they can add on. So we have a lot of groups that are responsible for those areas. And I do know, and I have heard that spring, I wasn't here in spring, but I have heard that when the campus went through different budget reductions into this year, that those areas did not get cut in the way other areas did. They actually retained more funding and more support. In other words, we know that the CARES, Rams CARES, and all those different things are important. So my understanding is I know we have additional positions that have been allocated to those areas to continue this support. That's actually not the charge of the pandemic team. That responsibility still remains in the area underneath which it is supported. And maybe Mark or Lori might be able to provide a little more detail. Mark?
Yeah, I can tell you that the preparedness team did work with some of those organizations and the Rams Against Hunger efforts and the food banks that were established on campus to support students of need and frankly, faculty and staff of need, if that were the case. We worked with those folks to ensure that they could continue to host their food pantry and be able to deliver food in a safe environment. We wrote some protocols related to social distancing and how best to set up the distribution center over in LSC in the theater there. So we have been engaged and involved. Oftentimes our role as the PPT is to advise on the best practices to be able to do something that is allowable under the public health orders. So we have done some of that actually.
Yeah, I want to recognize that a lot of our students pre-COVID utilized Rams Against Hunger in their food pantries, as did a lot of our CSU community members, like our faculty, staff, graduate students. During COVID, so many more of those community members are using those services. And I'm so grateful, and as are so many of these senators, grateful that those services are there. Yet, ASCSU, which is funded by student fees, had to increase their funding, that food bank funding, by $50,000. So we use $50,000 of student fees to feed students. And I understand that the PPT, this might not be in your jurisdiction, but y'all do have a position of power and you do talk to those people who have control over these things. And I'm worried that these things are just not on admin's radar, that students are hungry and we're food insecure and we are having to use student fees to feed ourselves. And so I want to urge you to put that back on your priorities list and continue talking to those people, because we're in need and ASCSU is here to help, but we can only do so much. So my question, because I have to have a question, is that are y'all willing to follow up on this issue?
And Chair Boyenko, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. We have a motion in the chat to extend by 10 minutes. We have a second on that motion as well. If you all would be able to unmute yourselves and all in. Yeah.
First speaker, will you please let Chair Boyenko finish talking before we make that motion?
Chair Hazelton, I actually can't. For the legitimacy of this session, we have to extend because we're over time right now. So we have to extend it and then we'll send it right back to Chair Boyenko. Okay. So with that, if you could unmute yourselves in just a moment. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, Chair Boyenko, you have the floor. So sorry. Keep going.
Thank you. My question again was that are y'all willing to follow up on these issues?
Yeah, and I absolutely. I can't, yes. Emphatically, yes. In fact, I've got a quote from you. We're hungry and we're using student fee money to feed our students. So I will share that quote in every meeting that I'm in tomorrow with folks that can potentially help the cause.
And we work with a lot of the individuals in student affairs who oversee those areas. So we will share that directly with them, and then we can brainstorm and strategize together how to make sure we're meeting the needs, because I want to assure you that not only the physical needs, but also the mental health needs and all of those are important, and we need to prioritize them. So thank you so much.
And thank you for being here to listen to us and hear our voices. Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. And I work at the Health Network. So, a large portion of what we do serves the vulnerable populations, including both counseling, psychiatry, the health promotion. So I'll also take that back to our teams to look at how can we ensure that there's as much support as we can feasibly provide to the groups.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Boyenko. We have about 3
Point of information.
Yep.
My point of information is how long does a senator have been asking a question?
How long? I believe 5 to 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, regardless, we're moving on. Senator Hills, thank you. Chair Rossler, you have the floor. We have about 2 minutes, 10 seconds left, and then we will have to cut off at that point. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I'd have to yield a redundancy on almost everything that Gemma said. I had a list of questions as well. She covered the majority of them. One last question that I did have was, since next semester, the cases in Larimer County really didn't start blowing up until recently. And so next semester, I'm still concerned that this is going to be pretty huge in our community. And there are some classes that are going to be in-person only, and students who need those classes to graduate. And also it'll just mess up their agenda, their plan to get through those classes, and they may, not feel comfortable being in person. Do y'all have any ideas for things that you're going to implement to support those students who don't feel comfortable being in person, but are required to do so in order to graduate?
So right now, the approach that we have taken is to look at all of the different courses and prioritize them. And there will be a small group of courses, like you've suggested, Benton, that only can be handled in person. And we also are going to be really vulnerable and dependent on the environmental conditions at the time. Right now, we see that we're post-Halloween, we're post election period. We predicted they would go up. Post-holiday break, we predicting it would go up. And so, when it will come down, we don't know. I think that what we're going to need to do is to evaluate each of those individually. I think the highest priority will be the students who are graduating. What can we do to help those students graduate? What are options? What are alternatives? And we will have to look at those on a course basis and then a case-by-case basis. And so those will be things that our teaching continuity team will be making a high priority, and it'll be extremely important. So I can't give a one-size-fits-all answer, except to let you know that we're very concerned about it and we do plan to address it. So I hope that I hope it'll be a workable situation, that we can find ways to have exceptions and to meet the needs of the students and still have them get the learning outcomes they need.
Yeah, thank you for that response. I appreciate it a ton. And quickly, I would encourage to the success team, the team that you just referenced, if they could also further encourage that those classes that require in-person only also include maybe Echo 360 or something that does allow the opportunity for students to be remote. I think that would be really beneficial.
So I could share really good news with you. Today, I did have an update from our director of IT, and they are going to be outfitting a few more of the general purpose classrooms. And by spring semester, we will have 80 to 85% of all of the general purpose classrooms will be outfitted with the Echo 360. There is a small number that they've evaluated every single classroom, and the small number that they are not going to do, they've determined that the capacity is so small and the cost would be so great that it doesn't make sense. But 80% of our classes will be outfitted with Echo 360. We've also provided an additional amount of student assistance. So we've expanded support to every single college so that they can hire student assistants to support the faculty to make sure they're doing the capture, they're getting everything set up so that it's a little bit easier for the faculty, and then that students will have the opportunity to maybe earn a little bit more money too. So top priority. Thank you so much for that question.
Yeah, thank you so much for that response. And that's really amazing. I think that, yeah, I mean, thank you so much for doing that effort and making like 80 to 85% of all classes accessible to all students. That's amazing. Yeah, and quick comment before I yield, just if we can ensure that there are captions as well for those students who may also need captioning. That is one quick last comment I wanted to make, and I yield the floor.
I will answer that also. I had a meeting 2 days ago about that. We went through the budget. We looked at the needs. We're outsourcing some. We're also hiring a new position. We couldn't make it a permanent base funding, but we made it one-time funding, and we know we have to go into the future. So we are expanding the captioning capacity. So we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it a ton. Keep doing the great work.
Thank you, Chair Rossler. Provost Pedersen, Barker Lynn, it's been an honor to be with you and to have you here with us. And obviously feel free to stop into any of these meetings at any point. We'd be honored to have you again. We are all out of time there, so we're going to keep moving with our agenda. But if you all could give them a round of applause, just another thank you for coming and sharing it. That would be, yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Thank you so much. I just want to say we're here for all of you. So your voices are really important, and we're working really hard for you. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. All right, with that, we'll keep moving on to, we were in gallery input and then we moved back to guest speakers. So I will reactivate gallery input. Are there any gallery members who are wishing to speak? Any CSU students, members of the CSU community? And if you are, feel free, you can access the participants tab, raise your hand, or you can unmute yourselves directly. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to executive reports. President Taylor, you have the floor.
I'm going to pass my report on to Jasper, I believe. If he's in the house, he's going to give the executive cabinet report tonight. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you. Chief of Staff Sloss, are you in the house with us? President Taylor, doesn't look like Jasper's here.
Okay.
With that, should we move on? Okay. Yep. Yeah. No, go ahead. You have the floor.
I can just give you all a few updates from that I've developed since last week. We have a proposal for a mentor program that we're hoping that we can start at the beginning of spring semester with our academics department. Our Deputy Director of Academics, Sydney Budke, created a proposal that basically covers a timeline for things and then eligibility for mentors and how the process would work of pairing, that we're presenting to several members of administration and the faculty council and several other like faculty members as well. And so we're hoping to get that moving towards the end of the semester and then over winter break. And so if you all are interested in looking that over, then please contact our academics department. I'm sure they'd be happy to go over things with you all. We've made some recent developments on our U+2 work. We're filing our notice of intent this week with the city clerk's office to for a petition so that we can get a certain amount of signatures to get the change from U+2 to U+3 on the ballot in April. And so what that looks like is we have 60 days to get 3,280 signatures and get them approved by the city clerk's office so that it can go be presented to city council. And the city council does have the option to say whether they want to vote on it. And if not, then it'll go onto the ballot for the April 6th election. And after we get the signatures approved by the city clerk's office, then that's when that all starts. But the important thing to note is that In general, on average, 35 to 50% of the signatures on petitions are typically voided out. And so we need to, like, even though the number is 3,280, we need to get about 7,000 signatures to be prepared for that. And so that's a lot of the work that we're going to start continuing here soon. And our Department of Health, I think I mentioned to you all last week that our food insecurity specialists launched the Rams Against Hunger Instagram. And so please follow that. I think it's CSU_Rams Against Hunger, but that's kind of part of their initiative with Slice to raise awareness on the food pantry, the food bank, to make sure that we're getting the word out to students. And we're also looking at other ways of doing that. And then we're also looking at, we currently have hand sanitizer and antibacterial soap in the food pantries, but we're currently looking at a mass order of thermometers to be able to distribute those, especially at the beginning of the spring semester, so that students have access to one, since a lot of students we found do not have access to a thermometer and we're not accurately filling out their symptom checkers. And since the symptom checker changed, then they don't have to do it every single day, but we want to make sure that students do have access to a temperature to be able to take it. So that's just a couple of the projects that we're working on as of right now. And I will take, I don't know if Q&A is a part of this, but if you all have any questions, I would love to meet with you or send me an email. And also, like I said last week, if you're interested in writing a bill or like want to do something or like want to see the executive branch doing something, please schedule a meeting with me. I'm always so willing to like work with you all. And like what I would like to see is like all of us like as like ASCSU organization supporting every single thing that we're doing to help students rather than tearing each other apart. Because the more we tear each other apart and like point holes and like legislation that we bring or like initiatives that we bring that would benefit some students and make a difference, the less we're focusing on improving student lives. So anyways, I'm always here to help and to answer your questions. So thank you.
Yeah, and President Taylor, I'm not going to entertain Q&A today just to be mindful of time, but if you could drop your email in the chat. And there is one question in the chat, though, that I do want to address before we move on from Senator Nottingham, just if you could clarify for the Legislative Strategic Advisory Board why they weren't looped in for the U+2 petition, and or if that's an open invitation. Is that something that board can contribute to? Can you just give some background there?
Yeah, absolutely. So the reason for that is because the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board, even though we did ratification or nomination and elections 2 weeks ago, our goal and timeline, which Jesse and Kyle can communicate with you all, is that that work on that board doesn't start for next couple of weeks. So our goal was for Jesse, Kyle, and I to work on getting the process in the door, because this week is our deadline for getting it on the ballot. And so making sure that we're able to file it and it's in my name. And then that's where the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board and then our executive U+2 team comes in once we've got something straight, so that then we're able to strategize what's the best way to collect signatures, what's the best way to after, if we get it on the ballot, what's the best way to market changing this U+2 ordinance. And so that's the role on the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board end, as far as communicating with community members, and then city council members and local officials, and then also working on the strategy end once we got our foot in the door. But it's just been a really fast-paced project. So
yep,
but
thank you, President Taylor. Yeah, of course. And with that, if you would drop your email in the chat for anyone that has questions, yeah, feel free to reach out. Obviously, I'll echo what President Taylor said. I think it's better to fight for something than to fight against something. Just a general principle, right? So let's foster that within this space. Fight for ideas, fight for your communities, but focus on that aspect of it, because that's a very productive mindset in a culture that we can foster here. So thank you, President Taylor. On to judicial reports. Chief Justice Daley, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi everyone. So basically what we have been working on is we sent out an offer letter to our elections manager. He'll be ratified tonight. And then we're also getting on board and planning for some of our training for a diversity module that we're going to be doing over winter break, and looking at what that's going to be like. We've also been doing a lot of work on the All University Hearing Board. So there's been a plethora of cases coming through this semester specifically. And then I would just like to remind everyone that we are continuing the Coffee with a Court series. I know some of have already sent me emails and come in, which I really appreciate getting to really connect with you all. And we're going to be continuing that series. And just so it's like made available to everyone, if you don't feel comfortable in person, I'm more than happy to set up a Zoom session so we can do virtual coffee as well. So that is all.
Thank you, Chief Justice Daly. And if you want to drop your email in the chat as well, that'd be helpful. Moving on to committee reports, starting with Internal Affairs Committee Chair Hazelton.
Hi, thank you guys. So in internal committee, we did our
Internal bylaws. And basically how that works is all the committees are creating their bylaws based on how they want to function. And so it's really important so we have the same clear expectations. So that's what we filled out. We got those approved, which is very exciting. The other thing is we talked about Associate Senator Athey's and Senator Lowry's legislation in regards to inclusive language, gave them some suggestions on that. And we kind of finished out the meeting early to give everyone kind of a little bit of a break because it's been a couple crazy weeks and with Thanksgiving come up, but we're going to hit the ground running as soon as we come back next week. Really quickly, Mondays, 3:30 to 4:30. Please come if you have any interest in internal documents or are detail oriented because that's what my committee is. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Chair Hazelton. On to University Affairs, Chair Rossler.
Yeah, hey y'all. We pretty much spent the entire session just talking about the bylaws, the 50th Senate bylaws, and that we will be seeing later today. And I yield.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair Rossler. On to Budgetary Affairs, Chair Blanco.
Thank you, Speaker. This week, the Budgetary Affairs Committee discharged the Indigenous Student Travel Grant. We are very excited to see it on the floor. We even endorsed it as an entire committee. That was a unanimous decision. And we also looked over the Stage 1 Bike Transportation Security Camera Bill written by Kyle Hill. It's a great idea, and there was a lot of thought and hard work that went into that bill. We decided that with the consent of the author that we would table the bill until next semester and decide if it is appropriate time to go ahead and fund the bill, just because we're in COVID times. If it was another normal semester, we would definitely consider funding. Apart from that, our Vice Chair, Lizzie Osterhout, she facilitated a really fun icebreaker, which she does every week. And then our secretary, Paulina Villasenor, did a wonderful job of taking notes and taking names. So if you want to join our great group of 20 odd people, we meet every Friday from 2 to 3 on that Zoom link. So thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Chair Boyenko. On to Women's Caucus, Chair McCall, are you with us? Or if not,
I am, but I'm going to have Kate talk.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Vice Chair McMahon, are you with us?
Yes, I am. We have a
Hello.
couple updates. So last week we met and we kind of set some goals for what we wanted to accomplish this year. So we're going to really kind of focus on domestic violence and sexual assault and harassment as a major point for legislation we're going to push forward. That kind of goes into what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. I know the leadership team had some conversations about the new Title IX stuff, and there was some motivation to write a resolution on kind of how students want to deal with this and move forward with this. So we're going to be focusing on that tomorrow for anyone that wants to join. And then separately, another one of our goals this year is to focus on student health, in particular for women and then minority groups, just to make sure that all people are getting the health care that they need, especially in the time of COVID. So if any of those things interest you, please come see us tomorrow at 3:30. We would love to see you. And I yield.
A point of information, someone in the chat asked what time is Women's Caucus?
3:30 on Thursdays.
All right, thank you so much, Vice Chair McMahon. And with that, we'll move on to the Diversity and Inclusion Caucus. The interim chair, Diego Tovar. Yeah, I see you snapping, Associate Levitt. Diego Tovar, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Yes, today we had our first meeting, which was super exciting. We meet Wednesdays from 4 to 5 this semester, spring semester that might change. But we discussed legislative ideas and our goals for the semester. We went over caucus bylaws and we didn't approve them yet because I'm just interim chair. And so the next thing we're going to do at the following meeting is elect a chair, a vice chair, a secretary, and hopefully an outreach coordinator. So if you're interested in any of those positions or just want to connect and learn more about the Diversity and Inclusion Caucus, I'm going to go ahead and put my email in the chat. But we'd love to see y'all there. And thank you all for those who did come today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tovar. And with that, for any of you who do have questions about committees versus caucuses, what's the difference? Committees are required that you attend one of the three. And you can also receive hours if you go, additional hours if you go to the caucuses, one of the two there. So Women's Caucus or the Diversity and Inclusion Caucus. Parliamentarian Clark is going to drop a link in the chat here that explains, it's the link to tell us which committee and or caucus you want to join. So feel free to submit that. Yeah, if you haven't yet, please let us know which committee you want to join and potentially a caucus as well.
Really quick point of information, Mr. Speaker. This document is pretty old, so it doesn't reflect that we have a new Diversity and Inclusion Caucus. That's not in the link just yet, but we'll be sure to update it soon.
Yeah, thank you. And Tovar, you also have a link for people specifically interested in the Diversity and Inclusion Caucus, right? Maybe you could drop that in the chat as well.
The form?
The form, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
That'd be great. And we'll make sure to update that on our end as soon as possible. So with that, we'll keep moving. Legislative officer reports. Any legislative officer reports? All right, seeing none. Moving on to Senator and Associate Senator reports. This part of the agenda is for anything you want to share about work that you're doing with your college council or your SDPS office, specifically related to Senate resolutions and bills. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like to reiterate Chair Buhenko's statement regarding my bill. Unfortunately, we will be postponing that until January. We found that that was best during this time. Also, I'm hoping to get RHA to fund. They will not be meeting until January, unfortunately. So that's the other story to go with that. So we're going to try to get them to meet us 50 halfway with ASCSU in funding this first installation of the bike cameras that, and seeing that if, we are still up here next semester, which, I think we will be, we'll proceed as, in that fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Chair Rossler.
Yeah, so I'm working with Chair Buhenko and a few other folks with the Rams Against Hunger initiative. And I created this form that I really encourage all of y'all to fill out real quickly about more accessible foods that we can get, about whether just a few questions that we have that we would really like some more insight on. And y'all can send this out to as many students as possible. We want, and student staff, as many people as possible in the CSU community. We just want as much insight as we can so we can make this as effective as possible for the future and for all of those who are facing food insecurity or who just, may not have the funds for a week or whenever to get some food because there is an excess of food and it does go to waste and we really don't want that.
Thank you, Chair Rossler, for the work you're doing. Over to Chair Hazelton.
Hey, y'all. I just wanted to really briefly overview, as I previously stated last week, I wanted to make sure caucuses get defined better in the Constitution so that they have a continuity in our space. I wanted to make sure you guys know I'm working on that over not winter break, over fall break, and I'm hoping to present that next week. If you guys are interested in helping out in looking at how do you make legislation, how do you make constitutional amendments, I will be going through that process. If you would like any information on that, please let me know. Or if you would like to add in your input, please let me know. I will drop my email in the chat. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Chair Hazelton. Senator Lowry.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. As was mentioned earlier, Associate Senator Ariadne and I are working on inclusive language legislation. We're seeking input, endorsements, and sponsorships. There's multiple points of entry for this legislation, and we're seeking direct feedback to inform the direction that we're going to go. Additionally, the Pride Resource Center Senate team is working with the Assistant Director of Remodeling over the next few weeks to see about a short-term fix in the Clark situation, the lack of inclusive restrooms. So if you would like to help or meet with us for that, please reach out. I'll put my email in the chat, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator Lowry. Senator Osterhout.
Hi, y'all. I just wanted y'all to let you know to look out for next semester. I've decided to start writing a Lex to add the land acknowledgement within any ASTSU sanctioned event, write that in our Constitution, just so it's further withstand rather than just this year's bylaws. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. Any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we'll keep things moving on to, actually, my apologies, Tristan Reyes, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, do you have a quick announcement for legislative officer reports? I know you weren't able to raise your hand.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I don't know why it's not letting me raise my hand. I could only clap. So what I would say, if you are still having issues with office hours, if you need to submit them late, if you're going to be absent from a Senate session or committee for a week because you're busy, have an exam, need to take a mental health week, you're sick, whatever it may be, just let me know. I'm more than happy to work with you on adjusting those or waiving some of those hours if you need that. I understand that, especially as we're getting closer to fall break and winter break, closer to being home, or for those who can't necessarily going home, being here during times that are usually times for celebration, that it's hard. And so I want to make sure that we are here supporting you as best as possible. So if you do have any concerns, any questions, or need anything, please let me know. We have also started virtual office hours. So virtual office hours are going. Christian sent out a link for those if you need to stop by, just want to hang out, want to get endorsements for legislation, have questions. An officer or chair should be present at all times from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Monday through Friday. They should be able to answer your questions and anything else you might need. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, and we'll drop that link here in just a moment. Moving on to confidence business, unless there are any other announcements. All right, seeing none, moving on to confidence business. And Parliamentarian Clark, if you could track down that link that I sent in the Monday email that said join office hours here, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, and maybe drop that in the link as well, just to be safe, that'd be great. Moving on to ratification election of officers, starting with BSOF, the Board for Student Organization Funding. Director of Finance, Ferris, are you in the house to present your nominees?
Yes,
You'll have
I
10
am.
minutes to present. Awesome. All right. You have 10 minutes and you have the floor.
Point of order, has the parliamentarian started the confidence clock?
Oh, thank you, Chair Hazelton. Thank you for reminding me. I always forget. Parliamentarian Clark, if you could start the confidence clock.
Yes, point of information I already have. So
yes, he's on it. Thank you so much. All right, Director for. Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, as another point of order. Have they been put on a slate, or are they being presented individually?
At the moment, they're being presented individually. I would entertain a motion
Speaker,
to put on a.
I would like to motion in putting these candidates for BSOF on a slate.
Yep. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. I'm going to, let me think about this. I'm going to open up 5 minutes of discussion and debate before we vote on that, actually. So with that, 5 minutes of discussion and debate with the first raised hand. Yeah, Chair Hazelton.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to, I want to speak out against the idea of putting them on a slate. I think it's really important as to do ratification that we talk to and learn who is going to be representing us on these advisory boards. I think that's wildly important because it is a large portion of our funding is going on to these boards, and making sure that we are comfortable with who is on these boards is wildly important. And that's why they shouldn't be on a slate. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Chair Hazelton. Senator Hill, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I would like to echo the previous speaker. I agree. So I would like to revoke my motion and putting them on a slate.
All right, that motion has been revoked. So with that, Director of Finance Ferris, you still have the floor. Let's see, I think you're muted. There we go.
Sorry. Wait, so this motion is not happening anymore? Is that correct?
That's right. It is not happening anymore. So the best way to do this is for you to just do a quick introduction of each person. We'll jump to that individual. We'll jump to a vote, and then we'll go to the next. Okay.
Sure.
Hey, Speaker, may I please jump in before we start these?
Yeah. Do you have a point of order? Or
Yeah, I do have a point of order. I just want to remind everyone, specifically since we are doing these individually now and we're not doing them on a slate, just to remind people, I posted it in the chat as well. Appropriate versus inappropriate questions to ask. This isn't a time to re-interview these people. It's to assess whether or not they can do the job that they are assigned. So I just wanted you to bear that in mind as we go through this process. Thank you.
Am I allowed to motion to put them on a slate?
let me think for just a moment. No, you know what?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Director Ferris should be able to put them on a slate as she has motioning rights.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just considering. Okay, I'll entertain it. If there is a second.
I second.
Okay, we have a second there. I'm going to open up 5 minutes of discussion debate again. And apologies if this seems redundant. I think it is important because keep in mind, voting on a slate means this would take about 5 to 10 minutes. You would have the opportunity to ask direct questions to one in particular person or nominee. The only difference is we wouldn't have to have every person present separately. So that's the one fundamental difference. Opening up 5 minutes of discussion debate, I do think we need to clarify some things here. Chair Hazelton, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a couple facts on just understanding what voting on a slate means. So voting on a slate effectively means that we are going to vote on everyone. So let's say there's one candidate you don't like, so it's either everyone gets through or no one gets through. That's kind of the pros and cons of going on a slate. Obviously, you can ask as many of them questions as you'd like. You can still do the interview process in the sense of as Justice Staley said, you still get the opportunity to ask them questions and see if their validity for the job. The difference is if there's one person that you don't necessarily want on the board, you have to vote no on everyone. So just understanding what a slate is when we're voting on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hazelton. Director Ferris, you have the floor.
Yes, just real quick, I would like to remind everyone that this is not about liking people or not liking people. And also, I've said this so many times at pretty much every single Senate session that I came to. The prime qualifications for SFRB, Student Fee Review Board, and BSOF, which is known as Board of Student Organization Funding, is that they are students that are interested in taking part in the student fee process and learning more about everything as a whole. I would also like you to keep in mind that these are 100% volunteer-based positions. So all of the people that have applied for these positions don't get anything out of it. They don't get paid for it. It is entirely voluntary. And I've also came to the Senate and urged you to all apply to be on this board, as well as I did for SFRB. So I can guarantee you that the individuals I am presenting tonight are more than qualified to be on this board. Thank you, and I yield.
Yeah, thank you, Director Ferris. Senator Hill, you have the floor.
Yes, I changed my mind on this motion because I agree with Chair Hazelton on this, and also I believe that the Senate is one of the three main branches, and we have a system of checks and balances for this reason. We are criticized, often that we're not taking part of in other executive functions and stuff. And by doing this individually, yes, they are not getting paid, but also they are getting, volunteering and are, diving into student fees that will help organizations on campus. And we want to make sure that, they are qualified for the job. And, we will not be, as we will not be voting on whether we like them or not, we want to make sure that they're still going to spend those fees and have a sense of impartiality in them. So I believe that to respect these checks and balances on executive and judicial branch, the Senate should have an equal say as well. That is why I vote a no on placing this on the slate. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Carrillo.
I just had a
point of clarification.
Yeah.
If there is somebody that we feel is not qualified, we can remove them from the slate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Yep. Thank you, Senator Carrillo. Senator Robinson.
Yeah, could I move real quick to exhaust speakers list?
To exhaust speakers list, I'll allow it. Yep. Is there a second for that? And exhaust the speakers list just means we don't look at the clock. What we look at is the number of people on the speaking list.
I second
second.
Second.
All right, second there. If you could unmute yourselves, friends, in just a moment. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All opposed? All right, sounds good. Speakers list exhausted. Senator Robinson, you still have the floor if you want it. Otherwise, it'll go to Chief Justice Daley.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to echo what Senator Carrillo said before me, that if we are to put the candidates on a slate, we can remove individuals if we deem them unqualified for the position. And I say that by no means to invalidate the previous points about accountability in making sure these members are in fact qualified. However, we have gone through this before, and it's taken a lot of time. It wasn't very fruitful in terms of finding people that we could not that we did not deem suitable for the job. So I would just say that if that does come up, we should be able to take a stand against that individual person if we believe that they're not qualified for it. So I think just for the sake of efficiency, but also to try and not invalidate the concerns about accountability, I feel like putting the candidates on the slate is the better option here. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Robinson. Just to clarify, Senator Hunter, you added your name after the speakers list had been exhausted, which isn't allowed. So just a heads up. Yeah, hopefully that's all right. And at any point, if you want to interject the speaker, point of clarification, point of order. Point of order means I don't know what's going on. I have a question. Can you answer it? Point of clarification means here's the answer. And then point of personal privilege means I can't hear you. I can't see you. Something's not accommodating here that we need to change in order for me to do my job. So you can interject and interrupt the speaker at any point. Obviously, don't be egregious about it, but just a reminder. Chief Justice Daley.
And then just one more follow-up point of information. When we're discussing qualifications and whether or not someone's qualified, I just want to make sure that we know the distinguishment between that and trying to control the vote, specifically since we are voting on ratifying BSOF candidates and SFRB candidates tonight. I know these are very important boards, and I really respect you guys and your due diligence on really making sure these are people that you believe are qualified to serve on there. But qualified does not mean that they're going to vote in the way that you would like to vote. It's whether or not they're qualified to do the job and vote in the way that they deem fit to represent, the students of Colorado State University. I yield.
Thank you, Chief Justice Daley. Senator Nottingham, you are the last speaker on our list.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what Senator Hill and Chair Hazelton said about the necessity of making sure that we're holding people accountable. However, I would like to yield to redundancy to Senator Robinson's point that I think that, that Robinson was right, that would be a more efficient use of time that would still allow us the flexibility of removing someone. So I yield to Senator Robinson's point.
That's good. Thank you, Senator Nottingham. And with that, we will advance to the vote. So sit tight for just a moment. And we have 31. We have 30 senators and 1 associate filling in. So we should see no more than 31 votes. Otherwise, we'll have to do it again. Waiting on this for just a moment.
Point of clarification, aren't associates allowed to vote on this even if they aren't filling in, because it's it's how Senate's run, not actually voting on if something is going or not?
You know what? That's a good catch. I appreciate that. Yep, you're absolutely right. Yeah, my apologies there. So yes, associates, you are able to vote as well. Yep, and please indicate if you're not a voting member. Just filling this in right now. And if you could disregard, it says LSAB, just disregard that. All right, that is from a previous poll that we've launched, but the question is the same. Do you want to vote on a slate? If you say yes, you can also motion later to take someone off. If you think, well, this candidate isn't as qualified, you can do that if you vote yes now, just a heads up. So launching that now. All right, waiting for the votes to trickle in. All right, keep voting, friends. If you're not a voting member, please indicate that. All right, we have a few more trickling in. We'll give it about 5 seconds. And if you're not able to vote for any reason, please message me directly. So I see some of you are saying it's not showing up for you. If you can message me directly, if on your phone, or if it's not showing up, please message me directly with your vote. All right, and we're going to go ahead and end it there. All right, with a vote of 18 to 16 to 4, it does pass. So we will be voting on these members as a slate. Keep in mind, you can motion an individual off the slate if you feel it necessary. I will pass it back to Director Ferris. As far as the presentation, we have a couple approaches here. You could present all of them and then have questions that pertain to every individual. You could have like 2 minutes to present for each person and kind of go rapid fire. And then if there are specific questions, how would you want to operate that, Ferris?
I am going to present all of them together, and then questions can be asked to all of them at once.
To specific members. Okay, that sounds good. And if you are in this process, if you could turn on your camera so we can at least see you, that would be wonderful. Go ahead, Director Ferris.
BSOF people, turn on your camera. That's what he's referring to.
Yes.
Thank you,
BSOF
Mr.
people.
Speaker. I'm thrilled to be introducing to you all the selected individuals for the BSOF board this year. I'm sure most of you remember me giving multiple announcements urging you to apply for this board. And I have to admit, in the beginning, I was really nervous because I didn't think I was going to get enough applications to fill the board, but I was proved wrong. And towards the end, I received more applications than anticipated. And to give you a better idea of how many applications I received 9 applications from at-large students and 6 applications from ASCSU members, which to 6 doesn't seem like a lot from our group, but it is because I got 1 application in 2 weeks. So I'm really happy with those numbers. But now I'm going to get into more of the details on each member, starting with the at-large students. We have Tana Tennyson. She is a sophomore studying environmental and economics. She currently serves as a peer mentor leader for the CIS Peer Mentor Program. She actively volunteers for gardens on Spring Creek and is also a member of CSU Snow Riders. Next, we have Ryan Day Filippi. Sorry if I did not pronounce that right. He is a junior studying finance and economics. He is a member of Delta Sigma Pi, and he is also an active member within the finance club here at CSU. Next, we have Alec Newton. He is a senior studying investment analysis and corporate finance. He currently serves as the financial officer for CREW, which is a campus ministry on campus. I just said campus twice, sorry. And he works part-time at Sprouts Grocery. Next, we have Robert Long. He goes by Rob. He is a sophomore studying finance and accounting. He is currently a student trainee for the CSU bookstore accounting department, and he is also actively involved in finance club here. And last but not least, for the at-large students, we have Megan McDonald. She is a junior, studying business finance. She is currently working at 30-hour weeks at the business office here on campus, and is really just looking to get more involved within ASCSU and learn more about student fees here on campus. And then for ASCSU students, which I know you guys probably already know all of these people, but I'm going to present them anyway. We have Emily Cruz Arizola, who you all know very well, but she currently serves as an associate senator for the El Centro. She is studying international studies and political science. She is a secretary for ASCSU's University Affairs Committee. She's a peer facilitator for undeclared programs, and she was recently just elected as my vice chair for BSOF. So I'm super excited to be working with her more closely this year. Next, we have Kate McMain. I think I said that correctly. She is a graduate student studying chemistry. She is involved on the Graduate Student Council here and is also a senator representing that group. She is also a student ambassador for CSU Ventures and currently serves as vice chair for ASCSU's Women's Caucus. Next, we have Sophia Shep. She's also a familiar face. She is a junior studying environmental sociology and political science. She currently serves in the ASCSU executive branch as the director of environmental affairs. She's a member of ATFAB, which is one of the fee areas, and she is also a founding member of Ignite CSU. Next, we have another familiar face, Alexander Ozturk. He is a senior studying political science as well as environmental politics. He currently serves as an associate center for the College of Liberal Arts and is actively involved with ASCSU's University Affairs Committee. And then last but not least for our ASCSU folks, we have Cole Fisher, who was appointed by President Taylor. He is a sophomore studying English and philosophy. He currently serves as ASCSU's Health Deputy Director within the executive branch and is involved with Rams for Progress. Sorry, that was a lot. But as you can see, there's a wide range of interests and accomplishments amongst all of these individuals. And before we head into questions, I would like you just to really consider keeping all of these folks on a slate. All of these individuals have gone above and beyond for these requirements and are just really eager to learn more about student organizations as a whole, as well as the student fee process, as well as ASCSU. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Director Ferris. With that, we'll open up 10 minutes of question and answer. You can target it at any of the members that were brought up here. I also dropped the list in the chat. You should see that there. So with the first hand raised, we can start asking questions. Yeah, Senator Hill, you have the floor.
Yes.
And I should clarify, Senator Hill, you can ask a question to one person, or you could ask it to multiple or the whole group. I prefer not all of them to be to the whole group, but that is permitted if you want to go that route. Okay.
I'd like to ask a question to the just to the students not in ASCSU, asking what experience they have with finances and any like with that.
Sounds great. So I could probably just call on members just to keep things moving orderly here. So let me make sure I have the list. Megan, do you want to start us off?
Hi, yeah, my personal experience with finance is I currently manage my own finances, and I also assist with the assistant accountants in the business office for the Warner College of Natural Resources with the resources that they have to use for all of our Air Force bases and also for any of our employees here on campus who want to use those resources and funds to manage a project of their own. So that will be my personal experience.
Thank you, Megan. Robert.
Yeah, thank you. I'm currently working at the CSU bookstore in the accounting department. I record checks that are paid to several vendors. And then I just make sure that things are being orderly, things are being accurate, and no cooking the books are happening, anything like that. And yeah, I was also a cashier at Target for 3 years. So yeah, that's my experience.
Thank you, Robert. With that, we'll move on to Alec Newton.
Hey, y'all. My experience in finance has been, well, first, I'm a finance major in corporate and investment analysis. So that's kind of what I live, breathe, study all the time. Unfortunately, more than I like to admit. But also, I'm the financial officer for my RSO, and seeing that, handling finances for RSO has been a great experience. Also, throwing it all the way back to high school, I was actually the treasurer for my high school's conservation club. So when doing projects and everything, I'd help procure finance and all that for them.
Nice. Thank you, Alec. Ryan, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I am also a finance major. I'm involved in the finance club as well. So that's given me a lot of like in-depth knowledge of a lot of different financial topics. And finally, I am in Delta Sigma Pi, which is our professional business fraternity. And I've held multiple positions that involve handling finances for the chapter and budgeting and stuff like that.
Thank you, Ryan. And Tana, am I saying that right?
It's Tana. So hi guys, I'm Tana Tennyson. In the past, I've worked in many different organizations and job opportunities that handle a lot of finance and budgeting. One of them would be the Butterfly Pavilion in Westminster. I had a position there where I was able to oversee budgeting and financing for a certain group of people in that organization. So that was really good experience. I think also being a part of this board will help me be able to experience budgeting for for student fees, and that'll be a great experience for an overall bigger group of people, and to see where my student fees are going will be great learning experience as well.
Awesome. All right, Senator Hill, you still have the floor, and you have about a minute and a half left in questioning if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions? And feel free, if you're not able to access the participants tab or the raise hand function, feel free to message me directly with a question. I'm also happy to ask it on your behalf. If for some reason you want to maintain anonymity, I'm happy to do that as well. So feel free to message me directly or to raise your hand. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will advance to a vote here. Let me think what would be easiest, Director Ferris. Maybe I'll put your folks in another room, in a breakout room, to administer that vote.
Yeah, that works. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
For sure. Let's make sure we get everyone here. Ferris, would you be able to name the folks for me one more time, just so I have them in front? So we've got Lily Cruz, Alec Newton.
You're muted.
Maybe let me know if I miss anyone on this list, okay? Cole Fisher.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I keep doing that. Sorry, go ahead. Are you wanting me to read them or are you reading?
No, that's okay. Yeah, I'm just reading through. Sorry, it's a bit tedious. They have a really long list.
Okay, I'll start reading. Emily Cruz Arizola, Kate McMain, Sophia Shep, Alexander Ozturk, Cole Fisher, Tana Tennyson, Ryan Dave Filippi, Alec Newton, Robert Long, and Megan McDonald.
Okay, let's make sure we get that.
You can read it again if need be.
You know what? Actually, I'm okay. I think I'm gonna administer the vote without a breakout room here. If you could just clarify that you are not a voting member, that would be wonderful. Just a heads up, this is for senators only. So on this vote, I'm expecting 31, no more than 31. Otherwise, we'll have to redo it. So just a heads up, and I will administer the vote in a moment here.
Point of information, do we need to have a discussion debate before we do that, or am I misled on that?
No, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Senator Robinson.
I caught one thing at least.
Yeah. All right, let's give this a shot. Okay, I will make a breakout room then. I'm going to open that room. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What point of information? What was the last speaker's point of order?
His comment was about discussion and debate on the candidates. So I'm opening a room right now, and I'm going to assign a few additional folks here. So if you could just stand by. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I know the virtual world is a bit strange. Nick.
Anyone but yourself.
Could you let me know if anyone is still in here that is not supposed to be?
I am still in here.
Sophia Shap, hello. All right, let me make sure to send you out here.
I believe I'm also in here.
Yes. Poster, thank you. You would think by now that Zoom would have this figured out with a quick search option, but apparently not. All right, there we go. I think that's the last of them. Anyone else? All right, and Ferris, I'm going to send you to the breakout room as well, okay? All right, opening 10 minutes of discussion debate on the slate with the first raised hand. Yeah, Chair McCall. Oh, thank you for catching that. Rob Long is still in the room. Hold on just one sec, Chair McCall. All right, we should be all set now.
Okay. Yeah, I can't like say anything about like half the candidates that aren't in ASCSU, but I did really just like want to shout out my support for Kate McMahon. I really like all the other candidates and everything, but her specifically, I know she's a little bit newer. So we've been working together in Women's Caucus, and she's been the absolute greatest vice chair ever. She's super detail oriented, organized, is really passionate about, you know, getting more involved on campus as a graduate student. And I think that she'd be super well fit for this position. So I just really wanted to urge like that. I think that she's a great candidate, as well as all the other candidates, I guess. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chair McCall. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, I'll keep the floor open for a moment. Anyone wishing to speak, discussion, debate? All right, seeing none, I'm going to administer the vote here. Thank you for your patience, everyone. All right, here we go. Keep in mind, this is on a slate, so you're voting for all of the members, expecting no more than 31 votes here.
Point of order.
Point of order.
The host is sharing poll results. I'm not able to vote on this.
Really?
Yeah, you just shared a result, not an actual poll.
Yeah, poll result.
There we go. Now it's working.
There we go. All right, awesome. So yeah, expecting no more than 31 votes. All right, we have exactly 30 votes. Anyone wishing to send a direct message, feel free to do so. All right, we'll go ahead and end it there. 26-2. These individuals do in fact pass. So with that, sorry, that was not the ambient music on my end. That was one of our associates. Thank you very much, though. Much needed break in the suspense. I'm going to share the results 26-2. Yeah, well said, Robinson. All right, so you can see that 26-2. I'm going to end the breakout room. Go ahead and bring them back. All right, for those of you trickling back, we've got one in, waiting on a few. All right, they are all back except for Rob. All right, they're all back now. Congrats, everyone. You passed 26-2, so welcome to BSOF. Thank you again for stepping up to volunteer in this way. I know it's a huge service that you're doing to the students and to the university, and you obviously have our support, so we're excited to see you in those positions. So congratulations. And with that, we'll keep things moving on to Elections Manager. Chief Justice Daley, are you in the house?
Oh, sorry, my video didn't start. Yes, I am in the house, and Morgan should be on this call as well.
Sounds good. So you have 10 minutes to present as well, or we could defer that to Morgan. I can.
Yeah, I think honestly, I would love if she would just introduce herself. I think she's perfectly capable of presenting herself.
Sounds good. So Morgan May, you have 10 minutes. Oh, thank you, Director Ferris. My apologies there. Are those folks still in the room, Director Ferris?
Yes, they should be.
Yes. All right. So Chief Justice Daley, could you administer the oath of office for BSOF? Typically we do it at the end, but I'm willing to do it now just so those folks can hop off.
Absolutely. If you could all unmute your microphone and repeat after me. I state your name.
I
do solemnly swear
do solemnly
swear
to defend and uphold
to
defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the
by the
Constitution
Constitution
of ASCSU
of
of
ASCSU,
and will rightfully perform
and will
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
All right, there we go. Congratulations. And
Thank
welcome
you.
to the board, everyone. All right, it's official now, so we'll pass it on. Morgan May, are you with us?
Hi, yes, I am here with you guys.
Hi, wonderful. Morgan, you have the floor, 10 minutes to present and then 10 minutes of questions whenever you're ready.
Yeah, of course. So I guess I'll just go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Morgan May. I am currently a senior studying political science with a minor in legal studies and sociology. Outside of school, I currently hold a position with Congressman Perlmutter's office, who is the representative for the 7th District of Colorado, which entails Jefferson County from Denver. Outside of school as well, I'm also a member of the pre-law club at CSU. Previous to my position with Congressman Perlmutter, I was the vice chair of the elections committee for the last elections, and during that time, I was the vice chair from March until September of 2020. Other than that, though, aspirations for after school, I'd love to work on the Hill more, continue my career with politics and with the office of Congressman Perlmutter, and possibly law school as well. So I guess that's my introduction, as well as my pronouns are she, her, and hers.
Thank you, Morgan. And could you also give just kind of an overview of your position, what exactly the senators will be voting on, and then we can go to questions?
Of course.
Christian, I can actually do that for elections manager. I've got it pulled up.
Okay, sounds good. Chief Justice.
Okay. I'm actually going to, I just had it pulled up. I'm just going to read directly from it so you all know exactly what you are discussing, debating, and what you're considering. Specifically, Morgan would be overseeing this next election cycle. She would be hiring the new team for the elections committee. She would be revising the elections code. She would also be working with myself throughout the elections period to make sure that teams don't have violations, and if they do, she'd be having hearings for them. Additionally, in terms of qualifications, it's just the ability to advocate for students, demonstrate commitment to the principles of community, have experience in a variety of student communities at CSU. That's not required, but it's preferred. Conduct oneself in a professional manner, ability to work in a team environment, demonstrate interpersonal skills, have strong communication skills, work independently, and then previous experience on the ASCSU elections team is preferred, which Morgan does have. So yeah, that's a little bit about the role. If you guys have any questions about that, we can, address those now before we go into questions for Morgan.
You know what? Actually, Chief Justice Daly, I'm going to open just 10 minutes of Q&A, block Q&A, and it can be to either of you. So if we want to yield to you or to Morgan. So with that, we'll open 10 minutes. Associate Levitt.
Point of clarification, wouldn't we have to have a separate Q&A because if you're proposing that we ask question and answer for Chief Justice Daly and May, shouldn't it be two separate processes?
Yes, I mean, in theory, I guess my point is if you had a question specifically about the elections manager position, I'm willing to do them simultaneously. We can also break it up if that's how folks feel. Maybe I can gauge the room here. Would you like to make a motion, Emily?
Yeah, I'd like to motion for those two Q&As to be separate.
Okay, sounds good. Is there a second on that? Is there a second on Associate Cruz Arizola's motion to make the two question and answer separate?
I second.
Second there. Okay, if you could unmute in just a moment, friends. All in favor of asking two separate Q&As, please say aye.
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 And all opposed?
Nay.
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 right, I'm going to call division there. If you could go to the participants tab for me, there's two options. There's a little circle with a yes and a check mark, and there's a circle with an X and a no. If you could hop in there, and if you're not a voting member, an associate or senator, please refrain from doing that. If you could hop in there real quick and indicate for us, that'd be great. All right, we've got 7 votes in. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully you're able to find that. Participants tab, yes or no. And if you vote yes, that means you want to have 2 separate question and answers. Is that a point of order, Osterk?
No, if I'm not a voting member, what do I push?
You actually are, because you're an associate senator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for this specific thing. Okay, with the vote of 14 to 11, it does 15 to 11, it does pass. So with that, yes, Peyton Daly, we have 10 minutes of Q&A specific to the elections manager position and just elections more generally with the first raised hand. Thank you for your patience, friends. Any questions specifically for Peyton? All right, nope. We had one for a second, maybe not. Yeah.
I'm trying to keep closing off. I'm trying to raise my hand.
You are, okay, yeah, so Associate Levitt, you have the floor.
I guess I don't know who to ask this question for. Is part of the election manager's position to promote an increase in voter turnout for these elections? And I guess I'll ask that to Peyton.
So technically, part of the goal is to try to increase student engagement. So part of the job is definitely specifically this year to make sure that we are making students aware of the elections and make sure they know what is happening. So yeah, in the job description, it says to basically engage with the campus community around the election so that they are engaged with respect to specific communities and then overall. So that is part of the job description, and I'm sure Morgan would be more than qualified to fulfill that.
Yeah, just to jump in on that as well. I, as the elections manager, or at least as offered to the position too, I definitely would make it a priority to increase student participation. At the moment, I don't necessarily think that the resources such as like social media outreach and student outreach in general are being utilized to the fullest extent when it comes to garnering more student participation and making students aware that the elections are coming up and when they are and how to vote necessarily. So I would definitely make that a priority because I think, as my time as vice chair, I saw a couple things that I think that the committee could be doing more to increase participation because it's so fundamental to not only the sovereignty of the elections itself, but just the validity of the results. Thank you.
Associate Levitt, do you yield or do you have a follow-up question?
No, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hill, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So I think my only question for you is that I know this past election there was some confusion among college councils regarding, whether they get to I know mine in particular whether they get to vote for a senator or does the people vote for a senator, and that confusion. Will you be willing to communicate with college councils, on that process to end that discrepancy?
We actually, as a judicial branch, had an order that we read to Senate, basically saying the general election takes precedent over internal processes in a college council. And we made that at the beginning of this year, with the exception of offices that appoint their senators individually. And that's because there has been a past kind of history of college councils appointing senators in lieu of doing the general election, and that's undemocratic. So we want to give that say to students. So in the chance that one of those positions is not filled via the general election, then the college council has the ability to do that, and that's what the order did say. But yeah, that should have been communicated with the college councils, and it was sent out via email and delivered in Senate.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions specifically for Chief Justice Daly? All right, seeing none. We're going to move on to questions specific to Morgan May as we voted there. So Morgan, we have 10 minutes here. Any questions for the elections chair-elect, Morgan May? Yeah, Senator Lowry.
Hi, I'm curious what you are excited about with respect to this position.
Of course. I had an absolutely amazing experience as vice chair. I was able to connect with so many different groups of students and meet so many people that I would have never come in contact with had it not been for my position as vice chair. As you know, as the chair-elect, I'm incredibly excited about increasing student participation. I really do have a lot of ideas when it comes to student outreach in that regards. I'm also incredibly excited to, just formulate a committee that is based in inclusivity and diversity as well, so that there is a healthy and structured committee for people to voice their opinions and to give their input so that we're hearing, everyone's ideas and everyone's possible considerations about the elections. So I'm incredibly excited to not only formulate a committee, but also to continue my outreach to students and also, just making sure that the elections are going steady and that they're fair as well. That it was really an exciting experience for me to work with it in the first place as well. So just continuing on the work that I was doing the previous year, but on a different level with more discretion is something I'm incredibly excited about.
Awesome, thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Lowry. Senator Tovar.
Hello, I was just curious on what your specific ideas for student outreach were.
Yeah, at the moment specifically, I don't think that the official CSU social media is being utilized to the extent that it was. The past elections, there were, I want to say around 1 to 2 stories being posted within just a couple days of the election. I wholeheartedly believe that we should be utilizing that resource, and it's something that I advocated for my time as vice chair, was that the official CSU social media should be, utilized more because because of the broad amounts, the broad amount of outreach and like the amount of people that they are able to reach. So I definitely want to utilize that to a more extent. Also making sure that, the colleges, I'd like to promote the Senate as well more. I'd like there to be possibly, a little bit more competition, more people, applying for the position so that, students have options. So it's not just, people being sworn in because there isn't any competition going on the seat. So I just think utilizing the resources that CSU already has, regarding social media and the ability to reach students would be the best way to go about garnering more student participation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tovar. Senator Osterhout.
I think your background's really impressive, but I just was wondering, what are your plans and ideas? Because honestly, we're going to still be in our pandemic by this time our next election comes around. So I was wondering your ideas and able to fully get that student participation while also being mindful that there are students across this nation and just not in Fort Collins.
Yes, of course. And I guess I'd like to clarify when I'm talking about student participation, I mean more up the alley of making sure that people are know when to go on RamWeb, know when to vote, how the process works exactly, because in my discussions with other students, I found that a lot of people just don't even know how to vote, when to vote, and when they hear about the elections, they're oh, that happened, and not. I would like them to know more, being able to access the process more. But I totally understand what you're saying. When it comes to the pandemic, I think actually the nature of my position in this last year, working through the pandemic, working with the chairman at the time to actually push back the elections because we wanted to maintain the sanctity of the elections and make sure that there wasn't an incredibly low participation amount. So I believe that my time, dealing with those kind of unprecedented events, I think that has honestly prepared me to make the decisions as chairman to making that would make sure that students are still being safe, that people are staying healthy, social distancing, of course, but as well as just making sure that they're aware of when it's happening and how to access those processes in general.
Thank you. I yield.
Thanks, Senator Osterhout. Senator Hill, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, thank you so much for applying and your willingness to oversee the elections process. My only question for you is I know that last election cycle, it was a little bit of a circus. I think we can all agree with the whole pandemic thing and the tabling and this and that. So how are you going to be willing to communicate with all the candidates regarding this, and how are you going to be like coordinating with admin to make sure it can work with like debates and all that, with what's the pandemic and restrictions going on probably next semester?
Yeah, of course. As during my time as vice chair, I oversaw 3 presidential tickets and 2 speaker tickets. That gave me a really in-depth perspective of how the candidates go through the campaign process and the different plights that they might experience during their campaigning process. So in regards to tabling, I did have a lot of experience working with our past chairman on figuring out, the best schedule for tabling and, debates. I think that, everything taken into account, I think that the debates did end up going pretty successfully this year. I think that there was a good amount of viewership, even though we weren't able to have an audience in the room with us. So I'd like to continue that, obviously tweaking some things here and there regarding, viewing and just making sure that people know that they're going on that the debates are going on in general. When it comes to, aspects of campaigning, I do have a pretty in-depth perspective of what that looks like. So continuing on with my work of just, tweaking what we were able to come up with last semester to make sure that it's the most conducive for every candidate and every campaign, as well as, getting the candidates in front of the students so that they're able to make their case.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Associate Cruz Arizola, and we have about 3 minutes left.
Awesome. Hopefully I don't take up all the time so other people get to ask questions. But I wanted to ask how you plan to engage people from the community, such as especially like our first year students, students that don't live on campus, marginalized students, specifically like BIPOC students. So that stands for Black, Indigenous, People of Color. So how do you plan to reach out and make sure that they are getting involved in both either running for office or voting, as that is part of your job description? It outlines that you are expected to design and implement a plan to improve outreach to students of all backgrounds to advertise and promote the ASCSU elections. This should include candidacy and voting.
Yes, of course. So I guess I'll address the first part about candidacy. So for first year students, I think an outreach program with the RAs would be great. I also think I'd like to get candidates in front of classes more. I know that that was a little bit harder because of the pandemic this year, but coming up with some kind of system where we're just getting the candidates in front of students, I think is the best way to go when garnering for first year students. Obviously, diversity and inclusion is a huge priority for me. And I think that, when it comes to the committee, I'd also like to see, more applications coming from the SDPS offices and, getting those resources out to them with a fair amount of time so that they're able to not only get them out to the people who are part of those offices, but having sufficient time for people to be able to send in applications for candidacy, making sure that they have the ability and understand the processes for voting. As well as, getting more committee members as well. I'd love to see, a general, increase in applications for the committee as well, as long with candidacy. So I think just utilizing the resources that ASCSU has currently, with the different SDPS offices, I think would be the best way to go about that. Because they do have the best way of outreach. Also, this goes back to the social media for CSU. I think utilizing, the official Colorado State Instagram, I think that reaches a really large amount of people, larger than the other subsections of the official CSU Instagram. So I think, utilizing those resources along with the resources that ASCSU has in connection with the SDPS offices, I think is the best way to go about that, in my opinion.
Awesome. And then just another follow-up question. So there's, obviously we're in a pandemic and that makes things a lot harder. And, I really want to ask how you plan to make sure that this is an equitable process for those that are voting and that do plan on running. It does seem to be a pattern that, the people that are voted from office tend to represent, FSL and groups like that. So my question is, how do you plan to make sure that these elections are fair and equitable?
And
Right?
Associate
Not
Cruz,
everyone has the same amount of resources. SCPS, if someone wanted to run from an office, right? Our office budget gets cut. So like the amount of support that those students may have isn't the same as someone else, who is, in a fraternity or sorority where they have a bigger base and they have a bigger outreach. So that's kind of my question.
and Associate Cruz Arzola, crucial question. Would you be able to make a motion to exhaust the speakers list for me?
Can I make a motion to extend discussion and debate by 10 minutes?
Of course.
Second.
I second.
Got a second there. All right. If you could hold on a moment and unmute yourselves. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
All right. The ayes have it. Associate Cruz Arzola, anything else you wanted to add before we jump to Morgan for the answer?
No, that was pretty much it.
Can I ask to be yielded to really quick too? I don't know. I forget how that works. It's been a
So
little
it's
bit.
Morgan currently has the floor as the respondent, and then she has the power to yield if she's willing.
Great.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating your question again?
Can you just yield to me really quick?
I yield to Peyton.
Something else I wanted to add too, specifically since we are discussing, diversity and inclusion in the SDPS offices, is Morgan will be included if ratified tonight with the judicial team in our EverFi module, which is actually one of the diversity modules, so that she has those resources before she hires as well. So she'll be included in that training over winter break before any hiring is done, before the elections, so that she does have additional resources and we have more of that education before the next election. And this is something that I really wanted to implement as overseeing the elections team for whoever is chosen this year, just because I think that is pertinent to the election, and that training will be gone through with everyone on the elections team that she does end up hiring as well. I yield.
Yielding back to Morgan, you still have the floor.
Yes.
Yes, I apologize. Would you mind repeating your question for me?
Yeah, so it's really in regards to like equity and how different types of students have different amounts of resources and support to really run for office. So how do you plan on supporting those students, who might come from underrepresented backgrounds or don't have the same level of, they don't have as big of an audience, right? Because sometimes I think since the audience isn't there, their message gets lost, even though sometimes their message might, resonate with a lot more students.
Yeah, of course. So just off the bat, equity and having an equitable election, I think is the most fundamental part of my job. I think that, making sure that the elections are fair and an equitable process for every campaign, I think is this at the center of my position. When it comes to people who might not have a large of audience, I really do think that goes back to getting candidates in front of students, whether that be, showing their platforms or making sure that they are getting in front of the right people to be able to promote themselves as a candidate, I think is crucial. So I guess what I'm saying is that when it comes to people who don't have a large of a base, I think that by allowing them to share their platform in a way that people are going to be seeing it and that, it's not just being sent to people who they know, I think is really important. I definitely would advocate for, some kind of introduction or, coffee house thing where all candidates can go around and students can, participate in asking them questions, whether, so it's not just a strictly debate format, but an informal process where everyone has the ability to present their platforms and what they'd like to do for the school and what they plan on doing as with their term, I think would be a really important thing to institute to rectify the situation of people not having as large of an audience, because of the nature of whatever organizations they're in.
Awesome, thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Associate Cruz Arizola. Senator Osterhout, you have the floor. We have about 5 minutes left.
Okay, I'll be quick.
And
So-
you are on the secondary speakers list, just a heads up.
Yeah. So okay. Oh yeah, lost my train of thought. So we've talked about elections in general as a student body, but I was more curious to your elections committee, whereas in the past, literally last month or a couple of months ago for the cabinet applications, the SDPS offices were left out. NAC was completely left out. And I know you're saying you can commit to equity, and I'm just wondering if you will put that time and effort to truly commit to that.
Yes, of course. So my position ended as vice chair when the elections were called, basically. So I didn't have any input or any ability to necessarily influence how cabinets were chosen or who was able or, who was outreached to necessarily. When it comes to, keeping a fair and equitable election, I think that I think that starts with having a diverse and inclusive committee. So, and making sure that members of the committee understand their position in promoting equity between the campaigns and that they're not showing any kind of personal bias towards one ticket over another. So I think that that's at the heart of that in general when it comes to equity. But when it comes to cabinets in general, I didn't have any influence over those necessarily or who was able to give who sent out resources necessarily.
My bad, wrong button. My question was regards to the committee itself for those applications. It was just an example for the cabinet. I don't want any SDPS offices to be left out if the applications are being sent out.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry for my misunderstanding, but yeah. So when it comes to that, definitely utilizing the resources that ASCSU has. My understanding is that the front desk at ASCSU has the most up-to-date resources and contacts for the SDPS office. So I will definitely be using those resources to their full advantage and to my full extent as well. Making sure that there is sufficient time for people to send in applications for candidacy and making sure that all those applications are being treated fairly. And being looked at, with an unbiased eye, I think is extremely important. But yeah, when it comes to equity as well, I think that, the members of the committee, my view is I really am a tool for the members itself so that, because they are doing, the majority of the outreach to the campaigns in general. So they do, have a really large part in when it comes to the equity of the election. So I think just honing in with the committee members on what is our priorities and making sure that these offices are being included and that any candidacies are being treated fairly, I think is at the heart of that question.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. Over to Senator Fields on the primary speakers list, and we have about 2 minutes left. Just a heads up, Senator Fields.
I was gonna just kind of ask. So like we've made it pretty aware that there isn't inclusivity and there isn't diversity within those spaces and how advertisement and marketing is distributed. So what would be a way that you could essentially amend that mend that situation? Like what would be a good method for you to make sure that students of color, BIPOC students on this campus are being informed about these opportunities and stuff like that?
Of course. So again, I believe it goes back to outreach. I believe that the committee is such an important part of ASCSU and, being a student here at CSU. So in general, I'd love to, promote diversity within the committee as well. But when it comes to, candidates that are, running in general, I think that I just don't believe that the resources that the committee has are being used to the full extent right now. So when that comes to contacts, outreach, the funding that we might have, creating better situations for all candidates to get in front of the students, I think is, at the heart of that as well. In general, I think that the reason I would argue that the reason that we see or that, there might be, a lack of diversity in regards to what you're saying is that I think that there is a lack of outreach in general. I don't think enough people, participate in the elections. And I think that if we are able to increase that participation, I believe that we would see, a general promotion of diversity and inclusivity. When it comes to marketing as well, I think that, as the elections manager, I'd love to hone in on financial reports. I have some ideas when it comes to the elections code in regards to election finances. So I'd love to implement my ideas in that regards, making sure that all campaigns are being treated fairly and unbiased when it comes to finances. I think is incredibly important to the situation that you're describing.
And Senator Fields, I want to be mindful, time is up. So if you have any final thoughts, but I'm not allowed to entertain an additional question unless there's a motion, if that's all right with you.
Okay, I yield. That was good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Senator Fields. With that, we will move on to discussion debate for Morgan May. I'm going to open a breakout room here. For folks who are being appointed to SFRB, my apologies that it's going a little bit later. We have obviously a long night probably ahead of us, but we'll try and move as fast as possible. Keep in mind too, we will adjust the hours for if you stick around. So if you stay, we're going to change the hours so that you're obviously not expected to, you're not expected to do an additional hour if depending on how that shapes up. So I'm going to make sure that here, let me see. I think I have the wrong breakout room open. Let's see.
Point of, I don't know, order clarification question.
Yeah.
The breakout room? I got in.
Yeah, no, I'm so sorry. For some reason, the breakout room opened for everyone and it's not letting me close it until folks come back. So sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could just sit tight for one moment for me. All right.
Point of information, you said we ratify SFRB members. I do not believe SFRB is on the agenda that was sent out Monday morning.
It was not sent out on Monday morning, but it was received in between. And so that was an on the floor change that Senate leadership permitted. So that is being added tonight. Yep. All right, waiting a few seconds here. Sorry, folks. All right, there we go. We're going to add a separate room, and I'm going to assign just Morgan May to that one. Sorry about the confusion there, folks. Morgan May, there you go. All right, perfect. Morgan May is assigned to the other room, and we will jump into discussion and debate in just a moment. Morgan, if you're able to click on that link, is that showing up for you?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't get a link.
Let's see. How about now? There we go. All right, opening to 20 minutes of discussion and debate on Morgan May with the first raised hand. Twenty minutes of discussion and debate. All right, Associate Arzola, Cruz Arzola.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and say this, and this is not towards the candidate, but I think just in general, being a student at CSU for 4 years now and seeing year after year after year, there is no representation for students that don't fit the status quo at CSU. And that is so incredibly frustrating because it tends to be a popularity contest, right? And I'm also not bashing the current administration because I accept the legitimacy that they were voted in by a popular vote, and that, is how democracies work. So there's that. But it's just so frustrating when, I feel like the election process was not equitable to all candidates that were, up for election. You had some the current administration did not even name diversity and inclusion in their policies or in their agenda that they wanted to promote. And even the policies that they did were not incredibly inclusive to all students, such as the bird scooters. You're leaving out a large portion of the population that, one, doesn't live on campus, two, students with disabilities, they can't use that. What are they going to do?
Associate Cruz Arzola, just a reminder, I do appreciate your comments here, but just to keep it in mind, it must be germane to just Morgan May in the elections manager and the election. So just make sure we stay on topic there. Okay?
So I think focusing on equity, and I think, there were moments where I really saw that she showed commitment to like understanding what equity really means. So I think just make sure that, like, you know, I'm personally an associate, so I can't vote. But those who can vote, those senators, like really take into consideration what you want this next election process to look like, and whether or not you felt like the candidate up for this position answered those questions. You know, and I understand that people come with like different points of like understanding and knowledge. So I recognize that, but you know, just really challenge yourselves to think about people that don't look or, you know, have the same identities as you.
Thank you, Associate Cruz Arizola. Senator Osterhout, you have the floor.
Yeah, so obviously she's the only one like in this question that like is for this position. And I was just curious, like, we could vote on her or not, but is there a way if we do vote yes, can we keep checks on her throughout her position to really see if she's doing what she said she would do tonight? But that's my question.
So as her direct point of information, as her direct like supervisor, like I would be the one who's making sure that she's doing her job and making sure she has that check. And so that's why like when she said those things, like I will be working with her in her transition to achieve those goals. So if like throughout like the process, like let's say she comes to Senate and for some reason like you didn't get the application, you know, tell me that if you believe throughout this whole process with like hiring the elections committee, all these things, and I am that check on that because I am the person who like oversees her and then will oversee the new elections committee throughout the process. So that would be the continued check. So I'm there to make sure that she continues to do the job and to continue to do the things that she said she would do tonight.
Okay, will we have like an open communication about her? Because if you're like, I respect you, and if you're the check, how do we have just different point of views? So as a Senate body, are we able to know about what's going on within that?
Yeah, she can be included in the judicial report every week, and I'm going to have her do that because I think that is definitely a measure of accountability, and I think it's a measure of transparency. So she will definitely be here throughout that process to update you guys, just so that you know, and you can ask questions and you can continue to have that check and have the transparency on that. So she will be that, and she'll be at the Senate session so that you don't have to like go out of your way to ask those questions and on your own time. So she will be here to give her report because she's part of the judicial branch.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. President Taylor, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I just had a quick point of information. So as far as accountability goes and checks and balances, there's this thing called the officials clause in the Constitution, where because you all approve every single job description that goes through ASCSU that's paid, you all actually have the right to hold members accountable to their job description. But the thing is that you all unfortunately do not have the ability to hold members, and like Peyton doesn't either as like her direct supervisor, hold them accountable for things that are not in their job description. So just because she said that like she would do something tonight that is outside of her job description, that is not something that you all can check her on, neither can Peyton. So thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor. Senator Welch.
And it didn't let me unmute right away. I apologize, but I don't think that this person running is good, and I haven't been here for very long, so I don't know too much. But I do think so. I think she wasn't here last election completely, so like she didn't have too much she could do. But I feel like she saw what happened, and this candidate will definitely like work towards what we want and listen to us as well. So I think she is a very good candidate, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator Welch. And just to clarify, she was the vice chair during the election of this last year. So what Senator Welch is referring to is the administration positions, that ratification process. Over to Senator Villasenor. You have the floor.
Hi, yeah, sorry. My computer's like about to die, so hopefully I make my point across. But the candidate mentioned a lot about diversity and inclusion and how she that was really a big part of her agenda. And she also mentioned how she really wants the SDPS offices to have a big role in that. But I think I was just really curious to see, because we always have this conversation every year about how it shouldn't just be SDPS offices when it comes to diversity and inclusion. Like it has to be an overall effort with all colleges, with all branches of government within ASCSU. So I think, if she does get ratified and she does get this position, that's something that we really need to check them on, and not just having the burden of this like concept of diversity and inclusion on campus to solely fall on SDPS offices, because that's a big role to carry and it's not fair. It's just not fair that SDPS offices are the only ones that have to deal with that, and it should be an overall thing. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Villasenor. Senator Fields.
I think what's interesting, like if we cannot be holding people accountable for not representing diversity and inclusivity, isn't that in itself not democratic? Like we need to be making sure that we are prioritizing every single student on this campus. And if that means that we need to be holding people accountable for like marketing to like STBS offices and people who are a part of the BIPOC community on campus, like we need to be making sure that they are aware of what's going on in ASCSU. And so if it is not Senate's responsibility to hold these people accountable to that, then does that imply that we need to change something within people's job descriptions to make sure that they are prioritizing diversity and inclusion? Because diversity and inclusion is not separate from your average day person on this campus. Like people of color are just like everyone else. And so if we are not prioritizing marginalized people, that means we are not acknowledging a population on this campus, and we are further disenfranchising them. And so I understand from what I've just been informed, like we can't check her on that, but why is that not a process? Why is that not a system? Because people should be checked on if whether or not they're following through with diversity, inclusion, and inclusivity. Like, or I don't get it. I don't. Yeah.
Point of information, just to respond to that, like I totally understand that, but actually she kept referencing SDPS because that is in her job description. So you can check her on that. And I realized like she did not reference some of the other ways, but because of what President Taylor said, like she can say she has these other things she wants to do. That's what, like, she can't be checked on that, but she can be held directly accountable for communicating with SDPS specifically about elections committee positions, etc., because that is stipulated in her role. And that is something that you can check her on because it is in the current job description.
Okay. And so I know that diversity reach, it's like not just within SDPS offices. So does this include international students? Does this include off-campus students? Does this include transfer students? Like, are they also acknowledged in this as well? Because if that's not like articulated in her job description, would she not be held accountable for not, prioritizing international students, for example?
So she's also held accountable for general outreach, but I think because of, some of our general principles for ASCSU, that's intrinsic in all of our job descriptions. We're all supposed to be representing those students in all of our roles. So that's why that one is not in there, because that is something all officials of ASCSU are supposed to be held accountable for. SDPS is specifically stipulated in those because it's more of like tangible offices for that instead of like listing every group of students, because that's a general expectation that all officials are supposed to be held responsible for.
Yeah, interesting enough, since it is a general expectation, I don't understand why that expectation hasn't been being met, especially given these last elections, because they have been disproportionate. And so it doesn't seem like it's a priority. And so maybe we do need to change something within job descriptions to make sure it is a priority, because if it's in the general outreach, I don't think that that's like good enough, because it's obviously not working. And like our jobs as STBS senators are not supposed to just be begging people to understand and recognize our existence. Like that's not our purpose. And so I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Senator Fields. And I do want to remind you too, we tear through that elections code every year and we make changes to it, right? So Senator Fields, we can codify that. We can build that into the language of that document. And I'd encourage you to be at the table with us as we go to the drawing board, okay? And just to clarify, the elections code is just the overview of everything that the elections entail, expectations, the binding rules on the chair, on the committee, all of those things. So we can codify that, absolutely. And I hope you'll help us do that. Senator Hill, you have the floor, and we have about 10 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to echo the previous speaker's his comments on this. You know, I think it's time for us to change a lot of these election code job descriptions to fit people of who experience marginalized identities, people who do face discrimination, who are disproportionate in voting blocks, and we need to make sure that they are represented, and we need to codify that explicitly in the job descriptions. And I believe that is something that we need to all do. We need to hold everybody accountable. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, that the Senate is an important check, and we must increase our role and our power to make sure the other branches and part of government can be held responsible for this. And that is what exactly that we should do. And I will be willing to do that as well. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Senator Hill. Chair Hazelton.
Mr. Speaker, I would move to exhaust the speakers list.
I will entertain that.
I second that.
And Reyes, I see you are also on the speakers list, but weren't able to raise your hand function, so I have that there. If you could hold on just one moment. All in favor of exhausting the speakers list, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Senator Robinson, did you have a point of clarification?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. With that, Chair Hazelton, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to briefly address something that I think is really important. I think that I want to echo and just emphasize what previous speakers have said, in the sense of this is a responsibility that we should make it explicit, but it also should be a relatively implicit idea, because when you call for the representation, and if your responsibility is to ensure the most amount of people come out, that implies every student on campus, regardless of identities. You should be ensuring that every identity feels represented in an election, and that should be your responsibility as election manager. And I personally feel comfortable with the candidate, but if y'all don't, please emphasize that and vote no on this candidate, because that's something that should be mandatory. And it's really frustrating to hear everyone say, well, that's not technically in the job descriptions. Job descriptions are a general idea of what your responsibilities are. They are not, we can outline it, and if that's what's necessary, we should, but it is not necessary to outline every idea. If your responsibility is to bring people in for an election, that requires everybody. So the fact that we are arguing, well, technically we can't hold her responsible for that, is ridiculous, because we can, because it's our job to interpret the job descriptions we put through. And it's very frustrating to hear, instead of saying, oh yes, diversity is important, I totally agree, instead we're hearing, well, that's technically not something we can do. That is false, because we interpret the job descriptions that we wrote, and that is a wildly important job with us. And so if she is not doing her job in any capacity according to those job descriptions, we need to say so. And I think it's very frustrating to hear that. And if we have to make it explicit, we will. And I am more than comfortable going through all job descriptions and adding a diversity factor, because it is sad that we have to add that, but if that's necessary, we will do it. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Chair Hazelton. Senator Nottingham.
I'd just like to echo and amplify all the things that have been said, especially by Chair Hazelton, as well as those who went before her, and I will yield to redundancy. Well said.
Thank you, Senator Nottingham. Associate Richardson.
I would like to also yield to redundancy on a lot of the points Chair Hazelton made, but I would also like to add that unfortunately, I think that it should be added to the job descriptions, because unfortunately a lot of people would use the fact that it's not in the job description to get away with, and that's nothing to say anything bad against the candidate. I'm not implying that that's what she would do. I'm saying in general, in these job descriptions, again, it's sad that it needs to be outlined, like Chair Hazelton said, but unfortunately, there are some people who would feel that they could get away with no diversity or inclusion or minimal and just doing the bare minimum to include others. And again, just the fact that people are saying that that she can't be held accountable is absolutely ridiculous. So yes, I yield.
Thank you, Associate Richardson. And do keep in mind that we're discussing the qualifications of Morgan May for this position. So all of this conversation is very valuable, right? But then consider, how does this relate to Morgan May? If we can hold her accountable, which is true that we can, absolutely we can, should we vote her in and then hold her accountable? So just keep that in mind. Just relate it back to Morgan May. On to Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, unless Peyton Daly, did you
Just
have
had a quick point of
clarification?
information. I wanted to echo everything Christian said, and I'm here and I'm hearing this, and this is great to hear because I'm overseeing her. And I'm telling you guys, like, I will hold her accountable, A, to her job description, and B, like, just because it's not in her job description right now, she will be held accountable to those standards, because that is something like every ASCSU official is held to. And even if you think some officials aren't upholding that right now, I'm telling you, I will hold her to that job standard. And I think I hold myself and my justices to that. And if you don't think that's the case, you can totally come to me, and I'm open to have that conversation and take that feedback. Like Christian said, I just wanted to separate that conversation and encourage you, A, to apply for the committee, and B, be a part of that change of the elections code, because that's such a huge thing that's going to be happening very soon. And I just wanted to make sure those were two separate things. I'm agreeing and I'm hearing all of these things. But I think right now I really want to keep it germane to the candidate. And then I want to hear all of your feedback on all of this. And I mean, I'll set up a meeting for that to happen at a later point as well, so we can further discuss those points. I yield.
Thank you, Daly. Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, you will be our last speaker, and then we'll move to the vote.
First I wanted to thank everyone for sharing and being vulnerable and holding the judicial branch and the executive branch accountable. That's a large part of what we do here in Senate, and I'm here to support you all in that. Moving back to Morgan specifically, she was the elections committee person for my campaign when I ran for speaker. I really enjoyed her. I think she was very timely. She was very responsive if I had questions, and was very as neutral as one can be when being raised in the United States, being raised in a very Eurocentric white culture. That's at least the understanding that I had when she was my elections committee liaison. I will say that diversity and inclusion, some of the answers that we had received, if you feel that the answers you got from Morgan were not sufficient enough to include diversity and inclusion, or to feel confident in her ability to outreach to SCPS offices, to outreach to campaigns and organizations and places that will be proactive in advocating for marginalized and oppressed communities, then I urge you to vote no. If you felt her answers were sufficient, then I urge you to vote yes. Really, it's up to you. I don't get a say in this one way or the other, but I think that's a key part of this process, not only now, but moving forward, is being able to say, I don't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening with the candidate, with the judicial branch, with executive, Senate, whatever it might be. Really, I want you all to feel empowered to hold, if you do ratify Morgan tonight, holding her accountable for those kinds of things. You can file a judicial internal complaint form if you so wish after the ratification process. If you feel that there is parts of her job description, parts of the code of ethics, which includes being a productive and positive citizen in our code of ethics, which I would argue that includes diversity and inclusion, if not at the very top. So there are avenues, if you do ratify her, to hold and have that accountability. And there is also the avenue tonight of voting no if you don't feel that her answers were sufficient and that you would be confident that she would fulfill the priorities that you all have. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes. Just a quick reminder, I want to be mindful of our mental health. If you are feeling exhausted, tired, fatigued, feel free to turn off your camera and move around a bit or close your eyes, whatever that looks like for you. Keep in mind, if you do stick around, I appreciate you sticking around. We will be curbing the office hours, right, for this week. So however long this meeting goes, these are now your office and outreach hours right now, this time right now. So just a reminder of that. And with that, we're going to advance to the vote. By the way, if you have a point of order or clarification, you can interrupt. You don't have to raise your hand. Just a heads up.
Just one more point of order. I understand this is like a big priority, and I think this should be a big priority for all of the jobs. I don't think we should only be singling out this specific job for it. I think we should be holding every single member accountable to these same standards that we're going to be holding an elections manager accountable to. So with that being said, just remember I did send the job description in the chat. There are a lot of other components to be considering about this candidate when you do vote. I yield.
Thank you, Chief Justice Daly.
Sorry, excuse me, Speaker. Just a point of order. For what? And just understanding that a point of order is a clarification of the process of what we're going through. So if we did something incorrect in the process, that's a point of order. A point of information is when you want to state something that's fact, and you have to keep in mind that during discussion and debate, it is not a response. A point of information is to state something just for clarification or information necessary. So to say like, hey, the job description is in the chat would be a point of information, but stating a belief or like something like that, like a grandiose statement, is not a point of information. And we have to be very careful on that because we are kind of bleeding the lines between raising your hand and a point of information. And a point of information is important and we shouldn't be overpowering it. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chair Hazelton. Do want to recognize Daly's point there was pertinent as information clarifying the job description. So I will obviously accept that one, but thank you for the clarification. Former elections manager Cheadle is on the speakers list, but we exhausted the speakers list. So I'm sorry, my friend, we can't turn to you. We're going to move to the vote right now. So with that, I'm going to launch the poll in just a moment. So sit tight. All right, and it is launched, expecting no more than that 31 cap, all right? Yeah, and please indicate if you're not a voting member. Thank you so much for that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll there with a vote of 23 to 4 to 3.
Why did my camera turn on?
All right, so that passed. We're going to bring back in Morgan, and we'll jump immediately to the next ratification.
And then just a quick point of information, Mr. Speaker, and to the rest of the Senate. We have currently about 30 minutes and 20 seconds left on the confidence clock. Just a point of information that when the confidence clock does expire, we're going to move into a motion of no confidence. There are 2 opportunities to extend the confidence clock. That has to be done before the time is exhausted, so we have 30 minutes left.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Clark. We can extend it 2 times as well. So we have 4 pieces of legislation. We have thousands of dollars in the queue that we're voting on tonight. So I urge that you stick around. It is a very important night, and it looks like Morgan is back, hopefully. No, she's still in the breakout room. Would you be able to message her maybe, Peyton, or I can try? She must be away from her device.
Sorry, I can message her right now.
Okay, it'll give her 10
Speaker
seconds
Dixon,
here.
I would like to make the motion that we push the SFRB members to the next meeting due to the fact that that wasn't on the original agenda, and we have things that take precedent.
I second that.
Second.
Okay, so we have 3 seconds on that. I'm going to open discussion debate on that. 5 minutes of discussion debate with the first raised hand, if we could work these details out, because I also do want to be mindful. Keep in mind they've stuck around since about 2.5 hours that they've been here. So I just want to clarify that. Yes, over to, let let me see, sorry, top of the list, Senator Hill, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like to make it clear that we've had many instances in the past where it was, if it's not on the agenda, we cannot, put it in last minute. I know a lot of that happened to a lot of other senators for different bills, and they've got chart off because of that. So I think we should hold this to the same accountable, since this was not put in the agenda due to careless, activity. I do not think we should, put this up, considering we have so much to do. We don't want to pack, too many things that we have. So with that, I would I would urge to vote that we table the SFRB until we can put it on the agenda and follow policy. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill. I actually want to yield to Vice President Schindler to clarify when that email was sent with the names, because it's very possible that it was caught on Friday but not sent. If that's not the case, then we can end discussion and debate right now, and I'm happy to advance to the vote. So, no, Vice President Schindler.
Yeah, so the list with the names was sent earlier this week, but I did reach out to you personally over text before Monday happened and asked for SFRB members to be included in the ratification this week.
Okay, so I'd be willing to set a precedent here moving forward that we would need. I'm just clarifying, Senator Hill, from my point of view, that has not been strictly codified for those. It's been codified for legislation. So I just want to make that known. I want to continue discussion and debate before we move to a vote on this. Next person on the speakers list, we have Senator Welch.
Yep. And so with Senator Hill, I understand your concern, and I would fully agree with you if it was 7:30, but it's not. It's 9:30, and so most of these people joined at 7:30, so they have been waiting for 2 hours. I feel like it would be extremely unfair if we made it so, oh, you had to wait for 2 hours, but we're not going to actually do it. I understand why, but I do think, and I do know we have a lot of stuff, but I do think that we just sit through this and we go through them and we just go for everything else. But I do understand that it is a long night, and I apologize that it is, but I do think it would be extremely unfair if we made people wait for 2 hours and said, nope, we actually don't want to do that. So that's why I do think we should keep the Student Fee Review Board on and ratify the newer members. And I yield.
Thank you, Senator Welch. Chair Hazelton, you have the floor.
Yeah, quick point of information is I'm so sorry, is Morgan back in the call? I don't want her to wait in suspense while we argue this motion.
Yes, she's back, and I let her know. Thank you for making sure, Chair
Okay,
Hazelton.
awesome.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Congratulations. Secondly, I understand and I empathize with the idea of they have been here for a long period of time and it was really difficult. However, we have certain time-sensitive bills that need to be looked at, and I'm concerned that if we go through the SFRB if we go through the SFRB election and ratification, that what we're going to run into is we're going to be out of time to look at important bills that are pertinent, that need to be passed tonight, and also going forward. So that is my concern, and I think the Senate and those will take precedent over the election and ratification of officers. Thank you. I yield my time.
Chair Hazelton, would you be able to yield to Director Ferris?
I've actually already yielded my time, so no.
Nope. All right. Sounds good. Chief Justice Daley.
Yeah, I wanted to yield to redundancy with Senator Welch. Additionally, I just wanted to say we were all under the impression that correspondence was sent sometime last week after the meeting that we all had. So that correspondence was sent well in advance. I'm not sure quite why it was not on, the agenda. And I know there are some issues with communication. However, I understand there's a lot to get through tonight. However, this isn't a very important board, and there is getting these people on the board right now is super important. And additionally, having people wait for 3 hours, this should have been a point of order at the beginning of the session, wait 3 hours before telling them they can't get ratified, just wasted 3 hours of their time. Senate is great to watch, but they're here solely for the purpose of being ratified. And I don't think that's being cognizant of their time at all. So I understand that, mental health is huge. We have a lot of things on the agenda tonight, but it wasn't added to the agenda, even though that correspondence was sent out. I yield.
Chief Justice Daley, I'm going to need to confirm with my team because I did not receive an email. Just want to clarify that just on the record. I did not receive an email. I received a text on Monday, I believe was Monday. I can double check. The deadline is Friday. The reason I'm saying that it hasn't been codified is that in the past, we've said that legislation needs to be in by that time. We haven't expressly codified for those other positions. And that's why you'll notice we've added some additional appointments for senators, for associate senators, because it's not codified. Legislation is codified. And you could argue that's a gap in our governing documents, in our bylaws. Absolutely. But I just want to clarify that. I need it to be known it was not sent to me on time on Friday, but the reason why that may not be applicable is because of that precedent, okay? Because it hasn't been codified. So with that, I do want to continue to
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order in the legislative cabinet bylaws regarding the specific issue. So in section 4, subsection E, it specifically says that the cabinet has the authority to add items to the agenda after 5 p.m. deadline only with a unanimous vote of the cabinet, as long as it conforms to every other deadline. So it's the parliamentarian is the final, or I guess the chair, but I would say that that is applicable to this as well, given that in the Senate bylaws, it should be sent to the official email of the Speaker of the Senate or the parliamentarian in order to be added to the agenda. So I would, as a point of order, I would say that this is not a germane discussion and not a germane motion to add it to the agenda.
Mr. Speaker, Tristan, I don't mean to interrupt you. Thank you for bringing that in. I motion to move to previous question on the grounds that everyone has firm beliefs on this and we are concerned about wasting people's time. And now we're playing the blame game, which can be done behind closed doors. So let's do that behind closed doors and not in front of students and our community members and on a live stream. It's embarrassing. So I move to previous question. I motion to move to previous question.
Thank you, Chair Boyenko. Is there a second on that?
I second that.
All right, if you all could unmute in just a moment. And I do want to apologize. I was obviously not intending to make anyone feel ostracized or not valued in the space. I just wanted to clarify just the situation in the precedent. And I wish that this had come up at the beginning of the meeting because then we could have let them know. But with that, there's a second. So I'm going to ask to unmute in just a moment. All in favor of moving to previous question, in other words, voting on this motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. All right, the ayes have it. So we're going to move to a vote on this. I appreciate your patience and with all the complexity here. Moving to a motion, if you say aye on this motion, that means that let's make sure we got this right. What was the original motion? Point of clarification.
To move to previous question.
No, so that's been passed. The motion.
The original motion was to remove the SFRB from the agenda due to the fact it was added after the deadline.
Thank you. Okay, so that is the original motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
So I want to echo the pertinence of this. We have training right after a break. If these SFRB members are not ratified, that means that all the student fee areas that we need to vote on are pushed back and that those areas won't be able to get their funding. So it's extremely important that these members get ratified. And until then, we can't vote on whether or not the fee areas that normally get money from student fees are going to get them.
Point of information, Noah, since you brought that up, you said we have 2 more meetings. Or is your training this week?
This week as in Thanksgiving week or after?
When is your training?
It's the week after we get back from school.
So yes, so what day is it?
I have to schedule it.
Okay, so you can do it we have a meeting after Thanksgiving break. And so this is not, sorry, I yield my time.
I need all my members to be present and accounted for in order to organize whether we're going to be able to do it in person in the LSC with our speakers, because this is all financial training. This is not like, okay, we're going to go through how they're going to present. This is the financial training on exactly how to evaluate a budget and go through and find discrepancies on each dollar spent. So I need to know how many people are going to be there to try and get it in person within the LSC and reserve those spaces. If not, then we need to come up with a different plan. So that's why I'm saying it's extremely pertinent to get this done now.
And Vice President Schindler, can I clarify, is December 3rd a possibility to have that training? December 3rd, the day after our first Senate session back?
Everything's a possibility. I'm just explaining that if this is pushed back further, we might have to push back our voting further.
Okay, I understand. So with that, we're going to continue with the vote here. With please no more interruptions, friends. I appreciate your energy, but we're moving to a vote. If you vote yes on this, that means you think this should be removed from the agenda and we should just move on to legislation. If you vote no, you think we should allow these folks to be ratified tonight. So I'm launching the vote right now, and we're asking for no more than. Hold on, I'm going to end the poll for a moment. Associate Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, Associate Senators can vote on this, correct? Because this is relating to the agenda.
Correct. This is a procedural motion rather than legislation or a main motion.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. All right. Launching now. And please indicate if you're not a voting member. Thank you.
And point of clarification, saying I will mean
taking off of the agenda. All right, no more votes are coming in. I'm going to go ahead and end it there with a vote of 18 to 13 to 2. That motion passes, which means that this has been taken off of the agenda. I just want to clarify, as a leader, I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus. This is on me. I should have clarified this with the agenda. I should have worked more closely with the other leaders in our organization. So my apologies there, okay? I'm not going to throw anyone else under the bus because I do realize that, and I'm not saying that you all are doing that by any means. I trust you, I appreciate you, and my apologies that this was not worked out sooner. It's embarrassing, obviously, for myself and for Senate leadership that this wasn't clarified sooner. So I'm asking for your forgiveness on that, and we'll keep things moving, okay? And my apologies as well to the students who have been waiting all this time and have not been ratified. So apologies again, and I hope this won't affect the productivity of this relationship. So I'm going to keep things moving on that note. On to new business. Is there a motion, Senator Associate Athey? Do you have a motion?
Yeah, motion to extend the confidence clock by an hour and a half.
Seconded.
All right, we have a second there. If you all could unmute in just a moment. Everyone in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, so the confidence clock is extended, which just means that we can approach the business now with more time. So with that, we're going to move on to Bill. Remind me, Parliamentary Clerk, it's Bill number 50 for the BSOF bylaw bill.
Bill number 5004.
Thank you, Bill 5004.
Can I make a motion to move the travel grant bill to the top, just since we're not meeting next week, and it seems that it's very urgent given that, we're headed for winter break soon.
I would second that.
Well, I want to clarify something, Associate Cruz Arizona. That is actually old business. So I don't believe, unless that's your motion, is your motion to put old business before new business?
Sure.
Okay. So that's the motion, is to put old business before new business with the travel grant at the top.
Yes.
Okay.
Point of clarification, that's a 2/3 vote, right?
To change the agenda, correct. All right, is there a second on that?
Second.
I already second.
All right, so I'm going to relaunch this poll here. If you say aye, that means that you want to move travel grant to the top of the list, and that's what we'll discuss next. If you say nay, it means we'll keep moving on to the BSOF bylaw bill. All right, looks like the votes are in with a vote of 26 to, holding on just 1 second, 26 to 4 to 1. That does pass. So we'll be moving directly into, remind me the number, Parliamentarian Clerk, Bill 5002, Indigenous Travel Grant. Yep. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Chair Boyenko to present changes on the legislation, and we can advance to the vote and discussion and debate, obviously. So Chair Boyenko, you have the floor.
Thank you. Actually, there are quite a few changes. Parliamentarian Clerk, would you like to share your screen or would you like me?
I can share my screen, yes.
Fantastic. So we did, I would like to say the committee didn't make all of these changes themselves. Lizzie Osterhout, Senator for the NAC, made these changes so that the wording was a little more explicit and the argument was a little more concise, because she and I were receiving feedback that the argument didn't quite make sense to some people who don't have much background knowledge on Native American identities, cultures, and experiences. So if you could scroll down, this was presented to, fantastic. So the first thing I'd like to point out is that the endorsements list has added over 100 people, mostly students, some senators, some community members, to the list. Budgetary Affairs decided to keep the number of $10,000 to the grant because Senator Osterhout, along with a student, Casey Key, presented some information about how much approximately each student would spend traveling to get home, and then taking that average and multiplying by the students that NAC currently serves. And 10,000 seems like a comfortable number that most, if not all, students could receive funding. We want to continue down, please. Let's see. All right, and you can continue. I think an important sentence to point out in whereas clause, many Indigenous students prioritize their spiritual health as it is within their cultures and traditions. There is a great diversity in spiritual practices, and this bill fails to share every nuance of these practices across tribes and throughout various geographical locations. So we want to acknowledge that that tribes and Indigenous students prioritize their mental health and their spiritual health, but in no way does this bill effectively explain the ties they have and the importance their mental and spiritual health has to them as students and them as humans. So if we want to continue down, I want to point out an important argument that a lot of Indigenous students receive healthcare from Indian Health Services, the IHSs, and there are no local IHS medical services in the Fort Collins area. And many students, as I assume many of us, cannot afford to pay out of pocket to visit other doctors in this area. So they have to travel home to see medical professionals. And in a pandemic, it is very important that we prioritize physical health and make sure that the hardest hit population, Native Americans and Indigenous people, are taken care of. And then if we want to continue down, let's see. We did remove the questioning that was placed in there for the review board. So this bill does create a review board that overlooks all the applicants, their applications and their reasonings. There are 2 representatives from the Associated Students of Colorado State University Legislative Branch, so our Senate, and 5 representatives from the Native American Cultural Center. We removed the questions for the application because we decided that, Lizzie decided that it isn't appropriate to create an application for the board. The board should be in charge of that sort of thing. Similar to how a caucus should be in charge of creating their own bylaws. We also added a section in there that if a member of the review board wishes to submit an application for a reimbursement, a travel reimbursement, they will be excused from the board, and the board will will review their application and make a decision without that member there. If there is a tied decision, because that'd be 2 representatives from Senate and 4 representatives from NAC in that case, or 1 and 5, so there'd be 6 members. If there's a tie, it goes directly to the NAC directors, and they themselves file that deciding vote. Those are the changes the Budgetary Affairs made. So I yield.
Thank you, Chair Boyanko. With that, Senator Osterhout, do you accept those changes?
Yes, I do. I had a question. Can I do, okay, background info. I got all my endorsements from Canvas and I sent out to all my classes, and there's a Google form and I can show y'all, but can I do a motion to add the latest endorsements that I received after, or is that like set in stone and we can't have those names even though they want to be endorsing the bill?
No, it's a good question. So you could motion to make that change on the floor to add those endorsements. Is that something you wanted to pursue?
Yes, can I motion to do that? And I can like share my screen if you want to see the validity.
Sure. Yeah, I'd allow that. Yeah, so you can show us specifically what endorsements you're adding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that works. Let's make you a co-host real quick. We'll get that done.
Before we move on too far, I second that motion.
There we go. Thank you, Senator Nottingham.
Seek unanimous consent on that motion.
I like the sound of that. Is there a second there?
Second.
Second. Is there anyone dissenting? Does anyone dissent to that? Say, no, I don't want Osterhout to add more endorsements. Probably shouldn't have framed it that way, but no, okay. Good, all right. I'll be better about that in the future. Senator Osterhout, do you want to share your screen? You are a co-host.
Oh, one sec, let me try again. I don't think I can.
Let's see.
It says you host disabled participant screen sharing.
Give that a shot.
Oh, okay, there we go. Let's see. So background, I sent out through all my Canvas classes a letter attached with the bill and then a Google form, and this was the Google form. Here it is. And then we have some like comments and concerns. But what's nifty about Google is it gives me an Excel sheet of all the endorsements. So I believe it stopped at Jack Miranda from Friday when we sent this. So I would like to add these 13 more, which makes it a total of 163 student endorsements from last Thursday.
Is there a motion for unanimous consent on that?
A motion for unanimous consent and accepting that motion.
Wonderful.
Second.
Second. All right. Is there any dissent? No dissent to adding these? All right.
Point of information, we do not have to second a unanimous consent.
I would challenge that, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes. We have to have a second on a unanimous consent.
No, if you ask for unanimous consent, then inherently, if even one person dissents, then the motion fails. So unanimous consent is not a motion in itself. It's more of like asking the chamber whether or not everyone agrees with what's being said or what's the motion is being made.
Yep. Okay. Good catch, Hill. With that, anyone dissenting? Nope. Okay. All right. Senator Osterhout, could you stop sharing your screen and we'll make sure that those changes are reflected in the final version that we vote on. I'm going to open up 20 minutes of discussion and debate on this piece of legislation with the first raised hand. This is talking about the legislation as a whole, whether or not you intend to vote for. Senator Hill, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this bill is an amazing and beautiful statement to our people within the Native American Cultural Center. People of Native American students on campus, this is a good statement to show that we care so much about people of that community. It shows that who we are as student government to represent everybody, including people of marginalized identities in general. I think that, $10,000 is a worthy investment for this, and it's a beautiful statement too. And I really want to take this time to commend Senator Osterhout and her hard work and just her amazing talent in this bill. It is a very beautiful statement, and I couldn't have made it any more better myself. So thank you so much. On behalf of students of CSU here, I want to thank you. And I think that this is just a really good statement, and I love every single word of it. And I would urge you, to everybody in this Senate, to vote yes on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Anyone else wishing to speak on this piece of legislation? You can also yield to a gallery member if there are any CSU students, any folks from the NAC office, any of those places that want to speak. Feel free to do so as well. Yeah, Senator Nottingham.
I just wanted to echo what Senator Hill said, that Senator Osterhout has killed it on this bill, and I'm really excited to vote yes on it. And I would like to motion for unanimous consent on this item.
Point of order, we have to return the previous question before we can motion to unanimous consent.
Touche. I'll wait. I'll revoke that motion for now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hold on to that one for just a moment, and we will see if anyone else wants to speak. Otherwise, we'll advance to that. Chair Boyenko.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I just quickly want to address one topic that did come up in our committee from our members. There was a concern that, and a valid concern, that students who have HMOs cannot have difficulty traveling home to seeing their doctor and cannot see doctors here. And that's a similar argument to Indigenous students needing to seek IHS medical services. And that is valid and that is true, and it's an injustice, and students should have health care and should be receiving health care. That being said, I believe that because those students are suffering is not a reason to not help students who are also suffering, if that makes sense. So just because someone cannot travel home to get to see their HMO does not mean, or I believe does not mean is not a valid reason for not allowing other students to seek their own medical services. And I yield to Senator Osterhout.
Thank you. I just wanted to also point out the wording used within the bill. So I chose the word Indigenous to encompass not only Native Americans, whereas there are Pacific Islanders who do identify as Indigenous, and there's Native Hawaiians. So it's not just helping Native Americans within this nation. We're also reaching outwards from our seas to help our students there. So just keep that in mind on the really broad spectrum of when you're voting for this. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator.
Great. And I'll reclaim my time. I will say a lot of my close friends and my significant other are Pacific Islanders, and they spend thousands of dollars to travel home maybe once in their 4 years here, and taking $50 off for a shuttle to the airports makes a significant difference in their lives. So I strongly urge a yes vote. Thank you. I yield my time.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Boyenko. I'm sensing a resounding consensus on this side. I'm curious if anyone is wishing to speak against the piece of legislation. And keep in mind, too, with any vote like this, with any piece of legislation, it's more than just binary, right? It's not just yes or no for very specific reasons. Everyone has their own reason for why they go into a vote. So it may be a student who's like, we don't want to spend any student fees, period. We don't even think there should be student fees. That might be why they vote no. And that's their decision, right? But I want to be mindful there. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're against the NAC, that they're against Lizzie. It could be perceived that way, I suppose, but just keep that in mind. So if somebody does vote against it, there's multiple reasons beyond just a binary yes, no vote on all of our legislation, okay? So just a general principle to keep in mind. Anyone wishing to speak against it, I do want to ensure that we have some balance in this room. We've had 3 folks speak in favor of it, strongly in favor of it. Anyone out of that list? Senator Ben Torres, are you wishing to speak for or against this legislation?
For. I'm speaking for it.
Okay, so we'll come back to you. Yep.
I'm sensing a consensus. I would move to previous question on this legislation. I haven't seen or heard any dissent from it, so I would move to previous question just for time's sake.
Are you seeking unanimous consent to move to previous question?
No, just a motion.
Just a motion. Okay, so motion to move to previous question.
A second.
You know what? Actually, I'm not going to entertain that, Tristan. I think Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, I think there are a couple folks on the speakers list that I just want to make sure that we give the chance for their voices to be heard in whatever capacity. So I would entertain a motion to exhaust the speakers list.
A motion to exhaust the speakers.
Second.
Okay, we have a second there. If you could unmute in just a moment, all in favor of exhausting the speakers list, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, and just to clarify, exhausting the speakers list means we only look at the speakers list and no longer the time So with that, Senator Torres, it sounds like you're in favor. Senator Carrillo, are you wishing to speak in favor or against this piece of legislation?
But point of order, the people, I challenge the speaker and that people should say in the order that they raise their hand and for this.
I understand, but Senator Hill, there's a part of parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order that basically says that maintaining balance, right? So we would say anyone in the affirmative, no. All right, anyone in the negative, no. And then we go to the other one. So that's parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. It's something we historically have not followed in this space, but I want to be mindful of maintaining some sense of balance and helping people feel like even if they're speaking against it, they still have some voice in this space, okay? So that's very important for a lot of reasons. Senator Carrillo, are you wishing to speak in favor or against?
In favor.
Okay, Senator Shweta Varadarjan. Senator Varadarjan, are you with us? Senator Fields?
I'm speaking in favor of it.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So with that, Senator Ben Torres, we'll give you the floor, and then I would entertain in a minute or two a motion to previous question. Go ahead, Senator Torres.
I just wanted to say I think this is a fantastic bill, and I thought it was. I learned about it the first day I came into Senate. I think it's the least as a Senate body and as just as a Senate body, at least we could do with a community that has been so it has been so what's the word they've really been hurt by the pandemic, and I just think this is just a great thing to get kids home, especially with a community that is 3 times more likely to get COVID. And I'd like to thank Lizzie for including Pacific Islanders and the broad spectrum that she did as well. It's a really great bill, and I thank you for this. That's it. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Torres. We'll keep moving on the list here. I would entertain a motion for unanimous consent to move to previous question if somebody does want to make that.
I dissent. Everybody should have an opportunity to speak.
There you go. All right, Senator Carrillo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to say that we're here representing students, the students at CSU, and it sounds like the students, for the most part, want to fund this. And so, yeah, I'm willing to set aside my personal beliefs on a lot of this to vote yes. I do want to urge the Senate. The reason why, I initially go for a no on things like this is I'm not a big fan of taking student fees and giving it back to students. I think that we could make tuition $1 million a year, and we could give everyone steak and lobster every night. We could fly everyone home. And it's just this path of doing bills like this. I think we need to be careful of how we do it. But yeah, having said that, there's support for this bill among the students, and we're here to represent them. So I yield.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo. Senator Varadarjan. Let's see, Shweta, can you hear us? Senator Varadarjan. All right, we'll move to Senator Fields. Shweta, feel free to message me directly if there's anything I can do to accommodate. Senator Fields, you have the floor.
Okay, cool. I just want to say before I get into my point, remember whose land you're on. I just want to say that we are on Indigenous people's land. And so any form of giving back or necessarily like reparations should be justified, especially with the fact that this school was built on a massacre. So let's not forget that. Just want to put that out there. And second of all, I really do believe that we need to be paying attention to bills like this. There's no reasons not to endorse this or support this. I would like to say this bill has been shared with some professors on campus, and this bill will be shared with President McConnell, because I think that this is something that is important and crucial for Indigenous students and the APITA community as well. So I just wanted to say that it's a yes for me on this bill, and thank you for your work, Senator Osterhout.
Thank you, Senator Fields. Senator Varadarjan, are you with us? Let's see. Okay, so there's a question there from Senator Varadarjan. I will probably yield to Senator Osterhout. the percentage of students that this money would go to. Senator Vardarjan, could you clarify, is that of the Indigenous students, or are you saying of CSU students as a whole? Of Indigenous students, it sounds like. Senator Osterhout, could you clarify how many folks you think are going to be eligible and or selected?
Yeah, so I shared the math within budgetary committee, but Gemma mentioned it earlier. We got some data from ASCSU, the American Indian Science and Engineering Society, and that's our heavily involved natives on campus. And like we got the averages of their miles and then their mileage, and then I did the Colorado mileage reimbursement. So we could fund 34 students, which would each get 249 as a reimbursement. So that's how much 10,000 can give us with the averages we got based on the Colorado mileage as of right now or Friday.
Point of clarification, Senator Osterhout, could you explain or clarify how many Native American students are currently involved with NAC so that we know the percentage of students that could be funded versus how many will be?
Yeah, so that's not, I don't have access to the database because there's some legal stuff within that, but we have a rough 40 to 50 students that are heavily, maybe like 20 that are heavily involved, but knowing that some people just have different needs or they're more privileged in a sense. And we also want to give raise to APAC with those Indigenous Oral Central because Indigenous identity is very large. So I think we can help everyone that need it. I don't know if that was a good answer, but with the 10,000, we can help a lot of students who identify as Indigenous.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We're finished with the speakers list, and we'll be advancing to a vote here. We will be doing a roll call vote per the bylaws and our constitutional requirement. So Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, if you could run through the list, and we'll calculate the votes if that works.
Yep. Senator Boyenko, or Chair Boyenko, excuse me.
Yes.
Senator Carrillo.
Yes.
Senator Dennings.
Yes.
Senator DeJorup. Absent. Senator Torres.
Yes.
Senator Chair Hazelton.
Yes.
Senator Hill.
Yes.
Senator Hunter.
Yes.
Senator Kropp.
Yes.
Senator Ling.
Yes.
Senator Lowry.
Yes.
Senator McCall. Chair McCall.
Yes.
I will get that, I promise. Senator McMahon, I believe, is absent. Senator Melvin, I believe, is also absent. Senator Nybert.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Nottingham.
Yes.
Senator Ojeda.
Yes.
Senator Osterhout.
Yes.
Senator Quintero.
Yes.
Chair Rossler.
Yes.
Senator Townsend, I believe, is absent. Senator Trin.
Yes, on behalf of Senator Trin. Did I say that right?
Senator Varadarjan.
Yes.
And Reyes, could you return to Jorup for a vote? It does turn, he is present.
Oh, yes. Senator Jorup.
Yes.
Senator Villaseñor.
Yes.
Senator Robinson.
Yes.
Senator Roberts.
Associate 4, yes.
Senator Tovar.
Yes.
Senator Jackson.
Yes.
Senator Fields.
Absolutely.
Senator Tefera.
Here.
How do you vote on the bill?
Oh, yes.
Senator Chakeste.
Yes.
Senator Welch.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone?
Point of order, yes.
Did I miss you, Senator Hill?
I believe you missed Senator Whitaker.
Senator Whitaker, are you present?
Yes, sir.
How do you vote
Can
on
I
the bill?
vote in the affirmative? Yes, absolutely yes.
Give me one moment to count the votes. With a vote of 29 to 0, this bill does pass.
Congratulations, Senator Osterhout. If we could give a round of applause, and yeah, it's an honor to have had this bill in our queue, and I'm excited to see that we had unanimous consent. So great work, and keep it up. Okay. Awesome. All right, we'll keep things moving. So we are technically in old business since we put that before. I want to clarify, I actually want to seek unanimous consent for this. If someone can make a motion for unanimous consent to remove the bylaws from tonight, the 50th Senate bylaws. Can somebody make that motion?
Point of information, the bylaws have not been discharged from University Affairs, so they're not on the agenda.
Oh, thank you. Yep, that's a good catch. I guess I forgot about the complexity there. So yes, never mind. We don't have to make that motion. Moving on to now new business, Bill 5003, Parliamentarian Clerk, the BSOF bylaw bill?
BSOF bylaw bill will be Bill 5004.
5004. All right, Director Ferris, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. You have the floor for 10 minutes. We can share our screen. There you go. You have 10 minutes to present.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Long night per usual. That's okay. I will try to cruise through this and make it not super boring. I have very minimal changes, and I am now just going to quickly go over those amendments with you. So when I was getting ratified into this position a short bit ago, I shared with all of you that I wanted to add a subsection to my bylaws in order to be more student serving, especially during the times that we are in with COVID-19. And to give some of you a little bit of background on this, this was not an easy process at all. And this is the fastest that I was able to make changes, as I had to collaborate with Jessica Salazar within the General Counsel to get certain things approved, because what I also shared with you is that there are certain things in our bylaws, but at the end of the day, it's pretty clear in black and white what can and what cannot be funded. So this was not a super easy process. So I just want to make that very clear. Kevin, are you sharing the screen or is that someone else?
That is me, yes.
Awesome. If you want to scroll down to the bylaws itself, just so people can actually see those, I'm just going to start talking about those changes. So the subsection I added was subsection X to Article 6. And I'm just going to read this word for what I have here. But this is stating, in quotes, word for word, for fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2021, BSOF will have the discretion
Point of
to
personal
spend,
privilege. I can't see what you're talking about.
if you scroll down to Article 6, subsection X in the bylaws. Right there.
Here? Awesome.
Yes, thank you. Okay, where was I? BSOF will have the discretion to spend on subsections J and Q so long as it is not in violation of any university or CSU system policy or any local, state, or federal law. As I have mentioned to you before, again, it's, I mean, and you can see it right here on this screen. It's pretty clear what can and cannot be funded. So the fact that we were able to get this approved is huge. This will allow student organizations to apply for funding for craft or office supplies, as well as for food and beverages, which are in high demand, especially during COVID-19. And then if you continue to scroll down, Kevin, to Article 7, Section 3, this was the other change that I made. I'll wait for you to get there. Right there, yep. So this just basically says word for word. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to read because I know you guys can, but I'm just giving more examples. But this says, consequently, the BSOF chair will have the authority to respond to the existing environment, which also that I feel is pretty self-explanatory, but this will allow the chair this year, so me, and for years to come, to be able to handle business and act on meetings in accordance to what's going on around them. So like I just said, for example, COVID-19 this year, because of COVID-19 this year, BSOF unfortunately got off to a late start. That was not in my control or in the board's control or really in anyone's control. But consequently, that just created some issues for some dates and such. So just added this verbiage in there to kind of just basically save the chairs back and deadlines and all of that. And also just because we don't know how long this existing environment is going to last. But that's really it. Before I wrap up, I would also like to mention to you the big delay that we have, not that I've already mentioned that, just within providing funding to student organizations. And we could see that to continue if these changes are not possibly expedited tonight. I already have funding from areas and not funding, but funding applications from areas. And we are hoping to hear from them the Monday after break, which is going to be November 30th. However, we will have to reschedule if these are not yet passed by the Senate, which is okay if you guys want to do that. But that, I mean, we haven't gave any funding to BSOF at all this semester because of the delay with selecting the BSOF board and ASCSU elections in general. So I would hate to see that happen even further. But additionally, there may be other subsections that are of interest to you within these bylaws specifically. And I would love to spend more time having a conversation with you and to continue updating and making changes to these bylaws as necessary. And I will continue to do that. I already have set aside time next week to do that. But for now, I'm really hoping to just get these changes voted on and really just discuss the changes that I'm bringing forward to you tonight because of the time crunch we are in. And just once again, not to be repetitive, additionally, if these are not getting passed, we are essentially delaying this even further and really just delaying our help to students. I would also, I'm done, but I would also like to mention that after discussion with the BSOF board this past Monday, I can't remember what date that is off the top of my head, but these amendments passed by the board unanimously. So before I head into questions, I would like to motion to add the BSOF board to the endorsements of this bill because I couldn't do that before I sent it into Christian.
Yeah, can you make a motion for unanimous consent? That's just a clerical change, just to add.
Sure. Yep. I motion for unanimous consent to add the BSOF board to the endorsements of this bill.
Wonderful. Is there any dissent to adding the BSOF endorsement onto the bill? All right, hearing none, we'll make that change. And,
awesome. I'm ready for questions then, whenever anyone's ready.
Sounds good. Yep, we've got 10 minutes. I see Senator Hill has his hand up. He did have his hand up.
Oh, yes, I did. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Senator Hill.
Can't work the darn thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have one question. Where it said on there, flowers, all those food, etc., A through J, going back there, is that stuff that BSOF can or cannot provide for?
So that list is stuff that we cannot provide for. So just for example, if this is a really bad example, but if the chess club came to BSOF and they wanted funding to pay for a bunch of flower arrangements, that obviously can't happen because that falls under the list of things that cannot be funded by BSOF. So me adding the subsection to account for food, drink, office supplies, and crafts is really huge, especially right now, just because those typically are supplies that we do not typically fund. But all of the other items in that list are items that are not funded by BSOF, to clarify.
That's seems to be a lot of stuff. So the question is, what can we fund? BSOF can fund.
Yes, yep. For clarification, BSOF funding is to fund events. So that is why I added this subsection. Because of COVID right now, it's really hard to have events, let people social distance properly, all sorts of stuff like that. So typically, in years past, I know people come to BSOF for speakers, just events in general, tabling stuff, all sorts of stuff like that. Those are just the items that cannot be funded, and that is not decided by me. That is decided by higher up individuals.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill. I just want to clarify for the 6 watching at home, our fans at home watching, just to let you know, your senators and associates are here. There are 45 of them. You can only see like 7 because that's who has their cameras on. So just a heads up, and we will move on to Associate Levitt.
Hello, thank you. Love that you added those pieces about increasing funding for events. I think that's really important. And that document is very expansive and detailed. I only question why the piece that you added about the environment isn't as detailed as everything else. I just felt that it was kind of vague and left that open to interpretation, like the environment of the meeting wasn't going well. I'm just curious your thoughts on why you didn't expand more on that.
Sure. I'm going to pull up the bylaws again. Actually, Kevin, would you mind pulling them up if you don't mind, and sharing your screen and going over that section? Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, so sorry, yeah, okay. So the reason that we added this, just specifically right here, because if you see in the second sentence of section 3, it says the first BSOF meeting where presentations to the board will be heard shall occur no later than the 4th week of the fall semester. That didn't happen because BSOF wasn't meeting. So that's why we just added that in there, because obviously I'm working around that and I am dealing with that in response to COVID-19 and kind of dealing with it how I can, if that makes sense. And that's also why I said at the end of my speech, if you will, is that I want to continue working on this stuff because I think that there's also other things that need to be changed. These are just the 2 changes that need to be implemented as soon as possible, if that makes sense. So I would urge you, Senator, and anyone else, if they are bored over fall break or anytime and they just want to read through these bylaws to even just learn more about BSOF, and they see something like, oh, I think we should change this, or oh, I want to have a conversation with her about this, please email me, because while I am presenting these changes to you right now, I'm not gonna stop making changes to them. I'm just trying to make these changes now due to the time sensitive nature that BSOF is currently in.
Thank you very much for that expansion and clarification. I yield my time.
Absolutely, thank you.
Anyone else with a question? Director Ferris, I know for you and I, we read bylaws in our spare time.
Yes.
Come in and ask a question about the bylaws. Riveting. Now, it is very important, though. It does affect everything about how $200,000 is allocated. So
bylaws are riveting.
Yes. All right.
Any more questions?
Yeah, not seeing any more. So Director Ferris, I will allow you to move to a vote on the motion to expedite.
Okay, yes, I motion to expedite this bill.
I second that.
Okay, there's a second there. I'm going to open the floor in just a moment. Do we want discussion debate on this? Let me think. I'll open 5 minutes just in case. So if you do, raise your hand. We have 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll advance to the vote on whether or not to expedite. Yeah, Senator Hill.
Yes, I'd like to say usually I wouldn't have entertained a motion to expedite. However, in this instance, a lot of Director Farias had said, excuse me if I pronounce it wrong, a lot of registered student organizations, etc., have already requested this money. and it's starting to pile up. So this is one of those few instances that we should be expediting because of the rapid urgency this is. So I would agree with that. Thank you. I yield.
Yeah, definitely valid points. Anyone else? Otherwise, we will move on to the vote. All right. With that, all in favor of expediting to this bill, in other words, voting on it tonight, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, wonderful. So we'll be voting on it tonight. I would love to open up 20 minutes of discussion and debate on the legislation before we vote on it. So with the first raised hand, and obviously we don't need to fill the full 20 minutes, but in case you do have thoughts on it. I'd also entertain a motion for unanimous consent if that's how the body feels.
I move for unanimous.
Seconded.
Okay, so does anyone dissent to passing this, to moving on to the vote? Does anyone dissent to moving on to the vote?
Point of order is, since this is a bill, do we need a roll call on this or no?
We do. So we'd have to, yeah. So the question right now, there was no dissent to that. So now we're moving to the vote. We end a discussion debate with that. If there is a motion for unanimous consent, that would override the clause that says that we have to do a roll call. So that's how those two would be competing. Senator Robinson, do you want to make that motion for the actual vote itself?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there we go. Is there any dissent to passing the bylaws for the BSOF, for the Board of Student Organization Funding? All right, seeing none, congrats, Director Ferris. We'll send over the details. I'll make sure my parliamentarian gets on it. Yeah, give a round of applause and also contribute there, right? We have hundreds, right, of student organizations that go through your doors to ask for funding increases, funding requests.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Senate. And just to reiterate one last time, seriously, if there's anything that you come across in these bylaws, or if you even just want to have a conversation with me about anything, please reach out to me. I would love to have a conversation with you. I've been in quarantine for 2 weeks, so I would love any kind of contact. So please just reach out to me. Once again, thank you, and hope you all have a safe fall break. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Director Ferris. Appreciate that. Hey, so I just want to say a few words for those of you that don't know me. Obviously, I really value people. I appreciate people, and I think my role as a leader in this organization is to let that be known, right? Like, I think we need to foster that environment of love and respect within the space, and I also realize that starts by recognizing when someone's at fault. And so I want to just apologize. Noah Schindler, Vice President Schindler, President Taylor, Chief Justice Daley have the utmost integrity and are outstanding in their positions. I appreciate and respect them, and I just want to apologize if today the way we handled the SFRB ratification, if it didn't communicate that. I want you to know that I value you, I appreciate you, and I just pray that this will not affect how you all view them in their positions. They have the utmost integrity and are doing an incredible job, okay? So just know that about me. I love all people, especially those leaders in our organization, and that this is certainly not an exception to that. So I just want that to be known, okay? Yes, thank you, Senator Robinson, thank you. So Vice President Schindler, consider this a public apology, and we'll keep things moving, okay? All right, so with that, I'm actually gonna turn over, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, are you in the House?
Yes, I am.
Could you make a motion on the resolution for Mary Ontiveros?
If you would like, again, it is your resolution if you want. I will move to add the Mary Ontiveros resolution to the floor.
There we go. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, all in favor of moving? And just to clarify, Vice President for Diversity, she's retiring December 31st after 45 years. She was a student here in 1969. She was an ASCSU member. She ran for ASCSU president. I can't think of a better person for us to recognize and honor. So with that, I know I feel like I've built up the suspense. I'm suspecting the yes vote, but if you vote no, that's okay. I respect that too, because it's late. But unmute yourselves and say yes, I, if you want to add it to the agenda.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed? All right, with that, I'm going to pass it over to Reyes, is now chairing this meeting, and I will share my screen in just a moment. Resolution 5002, I'll keep it short. I know it's late. I know And I feel your pain, by the way. I've got a 5:30 a.m. call tomorrow. So I feel your pain, trust me. So looking through this, basically the vision was like, yeah, how can we celebrate her, recognize her? I won't go too in depth. 1969, like I said, she was a student. She's been working since 1974. She's played a pivotal role in supporting SDPS, bringing about inclusion, integrity, respect, service, social justice. She was one of the founders, actually, of the CSU's Principles of Community. She was the one that brought people together, the students, staff, faculty, to kind of to build that. And I'll just read the abstract. Resolution recognized Vice President Mary Ontiveros for 45 years of service to Colorado State University and a career spent fighting for social justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion within the CSU community. So I want to make a motion for unanimous consent to expedite this. Yeah.
Seconded.
Is there any dissent to the unanimous consent motion? Hearing none, that motion does pass. This resolution is expedited. Okay. Christian, do you yield your presentation time, or would you like to move into Q&A?
I would entertain Q&A. Yeah, I'd entertain Q&A if anyone has any questions.
All right, with the first hand, are there any questions?
Can I motion to previous question?
What?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. If you could unmute all those in favor of moving to previous question and voting on this piece of legislation, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, we'll be moving into previous question. The chair would entertain a motion for unanimous consent on this resolution.
I move for unanimous consent.
Is there any opposition to unanimous consent for this resolution? So that means that this resolution would pass as is with no amendments and would be sent out to Mary Ontiveros and everyone else at the end of the bill. Hearing no dissent, this bill is passed. I'll need to make sure of the number of people, but congratulations, Christian.
Point of order, I'd like to call to quorum in the chat.
Yes, please keep the chat as professional as possible. Remember, we do keep the chat saved to the computer, and that does get saved to Christian's computer as well as uploaded to the ASCSU archives for preservation. This is all an open meeting. So if everyone could be mindful of that. Christian, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes. With that, it is almost 10:30, so I want you to know we went 2 hours over our budgeted time. This is a 4-hour meeting, which means that when you're filling out office hours and outreach hours, and Parliamentarian Clark, if you could drop that link in the chat there. When filling out those reports, keep in mind we will obviously curb it, so we don't expect you to do the full amount, any 2 hours less, and I'll let you choose where that is. So if you don't want to do outreach hours, just to reiterate, the requirements for senators are 3 hours of office hours, one of which needs to be spent in committee, one of which needs to be spent in college council or in your SDPS weekly meetings or whatever that might look like. And then the third one obviously is up to you. So 3 office hours and then 2 outreach hours. And then for associate senators, it is 3 office hours and 1 outreach hour. So I'm okay on either of those if you cut back 2 hours. Just a heads up, we'll keep an eye out for that. The link is there to fill out weekly hours. And then there's also outreach hour opportunities if you do still want to do that. Want to recognize that it is Trans Awareness Week, right? So I want to be brave in saying, let's call out transphobia, right? Let's call it out and let's point it out because we recognize the dignity of all people. And that starts within this space and it starts with us making that known. So shout out to the Pride Resource Center, shout out to their senators and the work they're doing. Shout out to those who went live on the Pride Resource Center's Instagram to share their stories. We value you and we appreciate your voice in the space. So with that, we're gonna pass over. We'll entertain announcements. But let's keep it short. If you have any urgent announcements, otherwise reach out to me directly. If you don't want to bring it up now, reach out to me directly. We can add it to that outreach hour opportunities. Chair Rossler.
Yes, super quick. Once again, I'm gonna post it, the link in chat. This should work for everybody. The form about Rams Against Hunger. If you could just fill that out and provide it to anybody you can that goes to CSU or works at CSU, really appreciate it. It will help us so much fighting food insecurity and supporting our students through the pandemic. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Chair Rossler. Any other announcements? All right, with that, we're gonna.
I believe Senator Osterhout has an announcement.
My apologies. Senator Osterhout, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't raise my hand right now. But anyways, so I've been drilling this into y'all's heads for the last month, but this is the week before Thanksgiving break. And I just want us all to recognize the true history of Thanksgiving. And it was really like a massacre of my ancestors and their brothers and sisters. So if you do celebrate it knowing you are celebrating a massacre of my ancestors. So you can put in a different meaning of gratefulness, but it is what it is, and that is the history, and we shouldn't ignore it. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. Any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we're gonna go ahead and suspend the fight song since this meeting went way over. And I officially adjourn this meeting. If you have any questions, I appreciate you all. I appreciate you sticking around. I appreciate you enduring the virtual world. I assure you, I can't wait till we can meet in those chambers again. If you haven't seen them, it's beautiful. Come by to the office. I'll give you a tour of the place, okay? I appreciate you all and the work you do, and I'll stick around if you have any questions, okay? Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much for tonight, Christian. I know it got confusing and messy, but no, you're doing an incredible job. Thank you once again.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that.
Have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
Yeah, totally want to echo that. You rock. Keep it going.
Be careful over fall break, everybody, with especially because we are in a pandemic. So I hope everyone stays safe and remember, wear that mask. I'm sure you all know that. I know it gets fatigued, but have a good one. And I will see you all the week after next.
Well said, Torres. See you, my friend.
Thank you very much. Everything. That was great. Thank you.
Bye, y'all. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Shaylee.
Real quick, can we set up the meeting? Just keep an eye out for an email because now we have to go over the review board and I'm going to need some guidance on how to set that up.
And Lizzie,
Hey, Lizzie, sorry, just to chime in there, Lizzie, two great resources for you on bylaws and that sort of thing would be Tristan Reyes, our pro tempore, and Marlis Hazelton, our internal chair. They are incredibly knowledgeable in that, and they are super helpful and willing to help. So I would reach out to them before flooding Christian's inbox because he's got more important things to worry about, like that vice president. Anyways, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bye, y'all.
I would also say, Lizzie, too, with the people Gemma just mentioned, Alex as well, because Alex, with BSOP, even though, as we've said, travel grants not running right now, has a lot of kind of probably things that you can already go off on. And so we can do that once we're able to reimburse travel. So, yeah.
Can we reimburse in-state travel? Because I have some stuff if there is no CDC restrictions. I have some bones to pick, but
I want to, that's where I'm saying to definitely follow up with Mark, because what he said is like, where he was saying travel. I think at first he was like, he thought that we said no one could travel. Obviously people can travel. What I've been told is we just cannot reimburse travel. And I want also clarification from him, because the way he made it sound, I feel could be misinterpreted different ways. Is that how you took it as well, Lizzie?
I was a bit confused because it's like I was being told different things from other people, and then he was like, actually, so. And then I'm just curious how those conversations with Hannah Taylor are going, if he seemed a bit confused. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would definitely send him a direct email and be like, I was the senator that talked last night, and copy Lori. You could even copy Blanche Hughes as well if you want, the VP for Student Affairs. So yeah, because I think if I get how that was interpreted, and then I would like clarification because that's opposite of what I've been told.
Thank y'all for your help tonight.
Lizzie, and if you need any assistance setting that up or getting in communication with them, just let me know. And I'm more than happy to put stuff together, set up meetings, put together your presentation, whatever you might need as far as that goes. So just let me know where I can help.
Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
And then Lizzie and Christian, if y'all can just both send me the Word document versions of your guys' legislation, just so then I can add the passage dates, and then also just send it over to Hannah for signature. The quicker we can get her signature on it, the quicker we can get these things enacted and really get the ball rolling. So yeah.
I just need to get the document emailed to me, and then I can just add it from via SIG.
Lizzie, I have that document, so I can go ahead and just send it to Kevin. You don't need to worry about it.
Okay, and you can just, yeah, do you still have the link for the Excel sheet?
Yeah, so I have the link for the Excel sheet and all that information, and I'll just send it over to Kevin, and I'll CC you on it so you know it got there.
Okay, thank y'all.
Awesome.
And Kevin, just to clarify, for the Diversity Inclusion Caucus, if you can make sure, there were a couple bills that we signed, if you can make sure that gets to President Taylor ASAP.
I'm including all of the I'm including all of the legislation from both last week's Senate session as well as this week's. So
awesome.
It's budget, diversity and inclusion bylaws, your resolution, Lizzie's bill, and then also I'm probably going to send over to her Senate job descriptions as well, just because I'm not sure if she ever ended up signing it. I know it was passed by the 49th Senate. I'm just not sure. So. Yeah.
Resolutions don't need to be signed, just bills or Lexes.
Awesome.
Yep. So I'll make sure I'll send that, Ontiveros resolution. The plan is to get it framed, by the way, on some really nice paper. And then give it to her on the 2nd of December when she comes as a guest speaker. We'll surprise her. And I'm also trying to get Palmer Flowers to donate a giant bouquet of flowers. So wish me the best on that. We can't we can't reimburse for that, so it has to be a donation. So yeah. And if that doesn't work out, let me know if y'all have any friends in the floral business. Any other thoughts? I'm going to end the live stream here in a moment. Okay.
I mean, I have some input, but I would love to get to the other senators before taking up your time. So if Michael or Ariadne have something to say.
Nah, I just like hanging out.
Yeah, I'm good.
Christian, I would just say, like, if it doesn't work out with Palmer Flowers, let me know, and I'm happy just to buy the flowers.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I would love to honor Mary that way, so just let me know.
Thank you, Jess. I'll keep that in mind for sure. I'll let you know what they say. I'm hopeful. I feel like they will. They usually support CSU. They've supported a lot of the events I've hosted in high school and stuff, so they're really good about that. So, yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, you can end that live stream if you want. I'll probably say some shady things, which I always end up doing, as someone has just scolded me for. But I did want to touch base on 2 things.
Yeah. Hey, and I'm gonna keep the live stream going just for transparency. Hopefully that's all right. So I mean, whatever.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, write these words on my gravestone. I don't mind. One, I want to touch base on the vice president. That was so unperfect. I don't know if you saw the image, but it is a text screenshot. And the fact that we put a button on that conversation, you put a button on that conversation, and you took control of that, and you took the whole blame, which, there are probably multiple parties at fault, but you took the blame, and that was very heroic of you and very wonderful of you, but that was unprofessional and shameful, and quite ironic that his administration, Hannah Taylor, more importantly, has talked about we shouldn't be tearing each other down. We shouldn't be poking holes in things. But then we go out of our way to take a screenshot and then put it in a group chat. It's disgusting, and I'd love to follow up on that, but that's not my space. And I hope that you or someone else seeks some kind of justice with that, because if he can do that in front of the entire Senate, I do not want to imagine what he can do behind closed doors.
Yeah, and Gemma, I wanted to apologize. My computer restarted at that point, and I had not seen the chat, and so I did not realize the like gravity of what was happening in that moment. But I agree with you. I think so.
Yeah, I think there's already some contention between at least the judicial branch and Senate, and then now the executive branch potentially. It's sad, and it needs to have an end. Second thing I want to touch base on, and I assume y'all are on the same page with that, but the second thing I want to touch base on is I would love to connect with you one-on-one, Christian, and just talk one-on-one on some things that I've got in the works, and I would love to share some feedback I've heard from senators kind of anonymously. If you are willing or open, if you have time, send me your availability or text me. If not, I can send you mine, and I'm available over fall break. But I understand if you need to take that time off for yourself. Yeah, and Tristan, I look forward to working with you on the food insecurity task force. We
Nice.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and we're a group of people who kick ass and take names, and we're excited to have you in our ranks. So I'll loop you in our next meetings on the Monday we get back.
Okay, thanks, Gemma. Yeah, I'll do my best to come. I do have my internship on Mondays, but they just fired a residential director, so I don't know what that means. So
Yikes. Okay, I'd love to hear all about that. But okay, I'll loop you in, and if you can't make those meetings, we can always figure out another meeting time or figure out a way to make sure that you stay in the loop. But anyways, I appreciate y'all. Christian, thanks for taking the fall for that. You didn't have to. Thank you for doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, sorry.
So, what does that mean?
Sorry, was that interfering that audio there? I'm trying to end the live stream, but it's kind of finicky here. But no, I thank you, Gemma. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'll pursue it the best way that I can. I think in general, I realize that I don't have any words. I don't have any words.
No.
And even still, I will engage Vice President Schindler. I'm going to show up. I'm going to talk to him. I'm not going to let it affect it on my end, because I realize that the students don't need that. The best thing for the students is that we do whatever the heck we can to work as well as we can to get things through the queue. And if that means swallowing some frustrations that I may have, that's what it means, But that's who I care about right now is the students. So I won't let something that's petty like this get in the way of our ability to serve students. So at the end of the day, that's how I feel about it. I will pursue reconciliation in some way, because I do agree. I think it's important for the health of our organization to pursue that. So I will. I'll work with them to communicate better, to establish the streamlined communication, to codify what our expectations are, to do that in Senate leadership. Those are all very tangible things that we can do, irrespective of the behavior of others, right? So that's what I'll focus on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That situation really speaks to your character. It also speaks to his character. And we appreciate you and what you do for this organization. Sorry, Christian, I cut you off there.
Oh, no, you're totally fine, Gemma. No, Christian, I'd love to be a part of those conversations. I think as a social worker, especially, I've learned a lot of de-escalation and reconciliation. And I am moral reconciliation certified. So if there's any way I could be a part of those conversations and continuing to seek that kind of restorative justice route. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there is an accountability, but that there's an opportunity for us to heal and continue working together for students. So I would love to be a part of those conversations.
Yeah.
Tristan's really good at reconciliation. The fact that we can work together, and I dragged him through a whole heck of a lot last year. So he's incredible, and work with him. Please include him. But all right, I have to go. Ariadne, I hope that was very interesting for you to listen in on. Good. Okay, I'll text you. All right.
Okay.
I just want to say, oh yeah, Gemma, feel free to hop off. I'm just going to say adios to the 4 that are watching right now still. Thank you for watching. I know it's late. You were hanging on. We appreciate you. And we want to work with you. We realize that this is a partnership, right, to serve students. So reach out, ASCSU_Senate_speaker at mail.colostate.edu. It's really long. My apologies. But yeah, email me. We'd love to talk. We'd love to see how we can support you. And yeah, thanks again for tuning in. So we'll go ahead and stop.